Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Treasury has been put to task over anomalies of the 161 billion shillings external debt repayment for the past 3 financial years. Auditor General Nancy Gathungu in the special audit report on the debt servicing of external loans in Kenya for the past 3 financial years raised pertinent questions on expenditure amounting to 161 billion shillings in unclear debt repayment. Director of Public Audit at the Office of the Auditor General Gideon Mukaya said that the variances are high, and if they are doing the budgeting process, they are captured accurately so that the variances are not as big as we see them.
Our position is that these variances are high, and if they are doing the budgeting process, it should be obtained on the fact that they are also forecasting accurately, so that the variances are not as big as we are seeing there, Chair.
Baringa North MP Joseph Makilap said this could be an issue of corruption, as the PFM Act says one shouldn't procure services and goods beyond their budget, as doing so is an offence.
This could be a mischief for corruption. If your budget is, in fact, the PFM Act is very clear. You don't procure services and goods beyond your budget.
Treasury has, however, said that the fluctuations were caused by the exchange rates of the Kenyan shilling against other currencies.
Have you satisfied yourself with that? On that date, was how much was approved, and then there was that huge depreciation. Again, 77 billion out of 311 billion is a huge percentage.
Well, still on money matters, at least 24 banks risk a total shutdown that will affect nearly 7,000 employees if the proposed increment of core capital from 1 billion to 10 billion in 3 years' time is done. This came up during a session where the Kenya Bankers Association made submissions on the proposed business laws before the National Assembly's Finance Committee. The bankers warned against introducing additional taxes on financial transactions, stating that the effect will reflect on interest rates charged through loans. They warned that the proposed increment of core capital for financial institutions will also limit access to credit, stagnate the economy further, cause loss of employment, and reduce government revenue in taxes. Tana River Senator Dunstan Mungatana has withdrawn the Religious Organizations Bill, which sought to impose tough regulations on churches. Mungatana, who sponsored the bill and previously chaired the Senate Task Force on the Shakahola massacre, said the decision followed extensive consultations with religious leaders across the country.
Withdraw ama tutatoa ile mswada ili tuweze kupata nafasi ya kutembea na stakeholders wote, ili tuwe na a broad understanding ya kwamba ile sheria ambayo tutakuja kutengeza baadaye itakuwa ni sheria ambayo inakubalika na kila mtu.
The senator was accompanied by leaders of 26 registered umbrella bodies who also agreed to withdraw court cases they had filed challenging the bill. The clergy further committed to establishing a self-regulation task force comprising representatives from registered umbrella bodies and relevant stakeholders.
Tulisikia mswada huo umepitishwa, tukafanya jitihada nyingi kupitia kwa majority leader Kimani Ichung'wah, akatupeleka mpaka kwa Mungatana, ametusikiliza na akaona kuna umuhimu wa kwanza kurudi kwa kanisa, tutengeneze kitu itakubalika nchini Kenya.
Health services might be affected across various facilities after medical interns were yesterday ordered to go on strike. KMPDU says the medical interns have been unable to continue with their activities because the government has not paid them.
Government cannot afford to be unable to pay the interns. Why do I say so? Because healthcare workers cost around 80 billion shillings in this country. Interns account for 30% of that work. So if you have to pay interns like everybody else, they'll be earning around 26 billion cumulatively. Yet what we are asking for is 3.8 billion only. So do the math. It's even cheaper to pay them what's right. But we have to lose interns in their numbers. We'll be talking about 7 of them if the other 5 were never rescued.
Union Secretary General Davji Atela also says a bigger strike will begin before the end of this year. According to Atela, the government has failed to implement the agreement signed after a 56-day strike earlier this year. The strike notice will be officially issued next week. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latiff, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
So who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2,
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui, lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not because Adam messed up and he was told, "No, you fellow, you by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat."
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Lydiahs, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, Kenya. Good morning, planet Earth. Traffic situation in Kenya today. Let's start with Thika Road. Thika Road, hey, believe it or not, there's no traffic. But don't be fooled. Later on, this may change, and you may have so much traffic you wouldn't know what to do with it or where to put it. Then we go to Waiyaki Way. Waiyaki Way, my goodness gracious me. Where are the vehicles? There is absolutely no traffic at all. Literally no traffic. Okay, we go to Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road, my goodness. The rupture occurred and it took vehicles. There are no vehicles on these Nairobi roads at all. Southern Bypass, same story. Eastern Bypass, same story. I was about to say Northern Bypass, but nonetheless, there's actually no traffic at all on our roads this morning. So have a pleasant day. I don't know whether the sun will shine, and if it does, continue having a lovely day. If it rains, well, try and have a lovely day.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, Kenya City.
Good morning, Eric.
Mambo vipi?
Mambo maridadi.
Karibu sana.
Yes. Wale ambao walikuwa naogopa kutoka nyumbani toka.
Toka. The roads are clear.
Absolutely clear.
What's your excuse?
This thing over here, I was caught in traffic. There is no traffic right now.
Yeah, which traffic? Which traffic?
Unless, of course, the traffic is in your mind. Yes. But out on the roads, it is not there.
Hakuna?
Yeah, hapana iko.
Very good. Sasa hata mimi niko salama na sijaona traffic mahali umesema. I also agree. Agree. City?
Yes, please.
Very good. Salimia huyu dada yetu ambaye anaitwa Ndu.
Ndu, hi.
Hi, good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
In fact, no, I didn't say it correctly. Because from what I've heard, hi.
We have to do like the soprano at the end.
Hi.
You have to give it a tail.
No, soprano. Hi. Hi, Ndu.
Hi, CT.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
That's good.
Yes.
Lovely stuff.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Super duper.
Today isn't that cold, really?
No, not really. You seem to have a bit of a pep in your step.
I have a pep in my step.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pepe ni nini sasa?
It was a Congolese singer called Pepe Kale.
Hola. Pepe Kale.
Yes.
Pepe Kale.
Niboma.
How?
How? Wow, how?
Musician.
Sisi ni wale tulio na Mungu. You know that song?
Nope.
You will know it.
Na Mungu ni Mungu.
Mungu ni Mungu.
Hakuna Mungu.
There's a quick version of that song.
How does it go?
Of the Sisi ni wale?
The quick version?
Ni vitwari. Put after Kamaru.
I thought you were going to tell me to type in Kikuyu. I was going to be like, what?
Yes.
Yeah, just type.
What?
Kamaru. Joseph Kamaru.
Joseph.
Macharia wa Wanjiro.
Joseph. Whoops. This keyboard is doing its own thing.
Write that on the Kamaru songs. Pick that on.
People like him.
Kamaru songs.
That one.
That guy is bigger than Michael Jackson, my friend.
Where you want to be starting something.
He wanted to start. Kamaru started.
Kamaru started something.
Yes.
Internet imeleta shida. Internet ina shida. My friend.
Such a pity. Pity.
It's quite unfortunate, Ray.
Fungua tab ingine. That close this tab, open another. This tab has refused. Oh, it has just come.
Patience pays. Joseph
Kamago.
This thing is going to frustrate you. So, Chana.
We will be with you tomorrow, Kamago.
Forget it. It's a Thursday, and welcome to Thursday, everybody. We've been having some very deep and heavy conversations this week, and we continue because mambo ni mengi. Okay? Mambo ni nini?
Mengi.
Mambo ni mengi. Now, today's conversations will look like this. Sasa.
Start.
Yeah.
Once upon a time.
Sasa huyo mtu mbete ametupoteza. Let's start with 7 a.m. You know, our dear Lydiah has mixed 7 a.m.s. She has mixed 7 a.m. and put 8 a.m. twice.
That's...
You know, this is what happens now when Lydiah does the 8, then any. So Lydiah, is InfoTrack at 7 or is InfoTrack at 8? 8. But they're already here at 6:30. Yeah. And yes. Okay, very good. Hi. So at 7 a.m., we are going to be talking to Angela Ambitho. She founded a company called InfoTrack Research and Consulting Limited 20 years ago.
Now, we know InfoTrack for very many things, especially the political polling. Mostly that's what people know about. Senior? Yeah. Now, she'll be coming here at 7 o'clock to talk to us about InfoTrack, how she founded InfoTrack 20 years ago, what InfoTrack has been doing. We know it for political polls. Is that all they do? What else do they do? And that journey, 20 years, milestones and achievements of a company. When a company is actually celebrating 2 decades, that's something big. That is something big. And we'll be having a conversation with her around that. Plus, 8 o'clock, we'll talk about digital transformation and impact to the insurance sector. We've been talking these money conversations lately, and it's because we have to start thinking, okay, sasa hii pesa titatoka wapi? And how do we actually just start consolidating the little that we have to make it make sense? Brian Ropp is the general manager for risk and insurance at Liaison Group. He will be here with us at 8 a.m. to talk about how digital transformation is impacting the insurance sector. At 9 a.m., we are going to have, today is Thursday, tomorrow is Black Friday. What happens on the Thursday before Black Friday in America? It's Thanksgiving. So what is that? What is that whole story of Thanksgiving? They give thanks for what? For landing in America.
It's usually they landed in America, then they found this bird that was walking around on Plymouth Rock, and then they said, this thing, can we eat it? Yes. Then they said, we thank God for bringing us here from the old land onto the new land. And then they said, we are thanking God as they kill this bird and eat it. Bird happened to be.
So was this now Christopher Colombo or other people?
No, the pilgrim, the ones now who left Martin Luther's land and went and found America.
These are the ones now who came after Colombo, had done the thing. Okay. Yeah. So we'll be having a Thanksgiving turkey today at 9 a.m. But alongside that conversation, we'll talk about what the American president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, PEPFAR, has done in this country over the very many years. CT, this will be like a conversation right down your alley, right?
No, this is actually right down my alley and other alleys that I haven't gone right down to. Yes, but it is.
Very
it
good.
Is one of the best things I have actually ever seen when you are referring to assistance from our friends in the West.
This one has been impactful.
This thing resurrected the dead chief.
Impactful completely.
Yes.
So Brian Rettman is the current country director for PEPFAR, and he will be joining us at 9 a.m. to talk about those years of supporting Kenya's health agenda, what PEPFAR has been doing and how they've been doing that. And then as he comes, he will bring that turkey. Turkey ni batamzinga.
What?
Turkey. So ni batamzinga?
Yes.
Batamzinga ile kubwa.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay.
But okay.
Now, it depends on which part of the country you're in. Someone will tell you it is a ducky. It is not a ducky.
the nickname, you know what? The nickname for turkey in Nigeria is tolo tolo.
Tolo tolo.
Why? Because the sound it makes.
Because the sound.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we call it tolo tolo.
It's 22 minutes after 6. Let's look at the weather.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 15, highs of 23 and lows of 13 in what will be a sunny Thursday. In Nakuru, currently at 13, it is 14 and sunny, going to highs of 24 in Nyeri, and at 12 degrees, Eldoret is mostly clear, highs of 22, 26 and sunny conditions in Mombasa with highs of 32, while 32 will be the high as well in a mostly sunny Malindi. It's cloudy at 20 in Kisumu with highs of 26, and we'll see cloudy conditions at Interclear in Kakamega at 17, going to highs of 25. It's mostly cloudy at 18 in Kampala with highs of 24, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is sunny. We'll see highs of 32. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 11, highs of 24 and lows of 10. Mogadishu will be sunny through Thursday, highs of 32 and lows of 26. It's 9 degrees and clear in Addis Ababa, highs of 23. And we're looking into a clear Lagos at 26. 23, and it continues to rain in Kinshasa, highs of 30. It's 3 degrees and cloudy Thursday afternoon in Beijing, highs of 7 and lows of 2. It's 6 degrees cloudy conditions in Paris with highs of 9 and lows of 1. London, New York at 8 degrees will go to highs of 11 and lows of 7.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So the Nigerians in Western Kenya call Turkey Tulu Tulu.
Eh?
Mm-hmm.
I saw something like that.
Kulu,
no, Kulu
Kulu.
Kulu. Them they say Kulu
Kulu Kulu.
Tolo Tolo.
Tolo Tolo. Kulu Kulu. Yes, how?
Actually, it's a very bland meat. You have to really flavor it. It's not like chicken. You have to really flavor turkey for it to have any kind of taste.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly.
Health benefits are many.
Many health benefits. It's known to be the truly lean meat.
Yes.
Yeah.
And health benefits don't extend to taste.
Unfortunately.
No. But the health benefits, mingi
sana.
Turkey on rye, something like that. Mingi
With some lettuce and tomato.
Yes, but we don't know sir. There's another vegetable called cheese. Others known as cheese.
Vegetables called cheese. This guy. Sky Simba says another November is soon setting. Imagine just like that. November doesn't know how to slow down.
Did we not say it?
Yeah.
That guys, think of New Year, please.
Just say Happy New Year. Sky Simba says, Happy Thanksgiving from New York, New York. Ndu, kindly ask CT if he knows the song Kasongo. Do you know the song Kasongo?
Kasongo, yeah.
There's your answer.
Kasongo, Manaweo, Chokalingala, hey.
Kasongo.
Do you know why that person is asking that?
No.
Okay. Kasongo has now become the new meme song in Kenya.
Is it something to do with the head? Kasongo is not.
No, Kasongo is the name of someone actually.
Yeah, but is it? I've heard somebody. I know, but I've heard somebody here say
Kasongo.
It's like your
Kasongo is bad.
Oblongata. No, am I saying my own things? Anyway, let's just keep it moving before I hurt myself.
You are allowed to say your own things.
I don't know. Let me just shut up while I'm ahead.
There was there's a Ugandan priest who was, as in the course of his preaching, he did that song. Kasongo, So now guys have picked up that audio, and whenever there's something going wrong, they put Kasongo.
Oh, so that is what Don Tabo is doing this morning.
Yeah.
All right, to be understood. Cecilia Ongweni says, good morning, Spice Team. Happy Thanksgiving. It could be worse. Thanksgiving is happening in America. Balochistan, the slopes specifically of Balochistan is where Vincent Disho is, and says, another day to have to enjoy top-notch conversations. Thank you for being here. Duncan Monari is greeting us. George Adimo says, good morning. Thank you for what you do. He's in Bondo. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning. Greetings from Dayton. Good morning, team. Tuned in from Masai Mara. Wouldn't that be cool, waking up every day on the Mara? James Kamau says, good morning, getting you loud and clear. He's in Texas. I really enjoy listening to you, says Hudson Lubanga. Thank you so much. He's in Hamilton in New Zealand. Good morning, three wise men. Excuse me? Excuse me, can you see me?
Angalia vizuri.
Ameamua.
Okay.
You fit the bill.
Of what?
Of a wise person.
Okay, Rose Grace is greeting us this morning. Blessed Friday. You see, she has already decided it is Friday. No, Allah. Mibe Kiprono says, good morning, ICT, Ndu and Eric. I get you, ICT. Tuning from Cold Kericho, I love it. Good morning, Princess Ndu, Eric CT. So our able and accountable integrity and oversighting loving Parliament want answers for the DP's renovation budget. Cry, my beloved motherland. Indeed, they want to know, how did you spend 1 billion? Hola a todos. Good morning, everybody. Says David Shege. Good morning, says Chris Mora. Eunice Okello. Hisa Daniel says, thank you. God bless you for the good work you're doing. Thank you for being here every morning. Eric Tamaro is here. James Karaoke. Rachel Wajiro says, good morning. Did you hear how much money is being lost? Oh my God. In terms of billions, not millions. We have upgraded. I'm telling you, my sister, it's not a small wala. Eda Tatu says, good morning. Thank you for being here as well. Nick Bala is also greeting us. It seems like when it comes to spending public funds, government departments and officials live by the hyena's 7th commandment. Whatever is edible must be eaten. CT doing the Lord's work with traffic. Abraham Kameli says, good morning. It's Thanksgiving in the US. Indeed, it is. Everybody's turkeying. Jaber Asami says she loves the way CT does traffic. No worry, he's going to do it again again and again. Good morning to you on a Spice. Good morning to you as well, says Abera Bethwell. Sylvester Kengo is here. Wood Agenda. Wood Ogenda says, good morning. Can't miss the morning brew. Thank you so much. Musi L says, good morning. My prince is here. Wafrika says, city's traffic today was epic indeed. Anne Gore, you've been missing, Anne. I know you've been listening, but it's always good to see you here every morning. Carol Nyambura Natupenda, Vile Anna Natupenda. Johnson Asava is here. Lucy Ndongo, we see you. Moirorin Jane, Bobo War, Stephen Machoka. James, we see you. Bernardo Kello. Miss Gitonga, blessings from freezing Seattle. Sam Mwakaleja says, good morning, tuning in from Saudi Arabia. Everybody, karibuni sana.
Yes, indeed. City.
Yes, please.
We're still in the kingdom.
We are still in the kingdom.
Okay.
And the proverb for today, a person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
No, if you say it can't be done, it's okay.
Stay in your corner.
Just all right. You just don't do it.
Yes. Should just stay there.
Mata baridi hapo kwa corner.
Just stay there.
Stay there not doing it.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Haya, tuangalie headlines.
Wacha tufanye hivyo. Unataka tuangalie traffic alafu tufanye ama unaonaje?
Unaona hivyo pia mimi.
Si ndio?
Tunaweza fanya hivyo. Fanya hivyo mambo ya traffic namna hii. Haraka. Kisha alafu and then tuangalie magazeti, sio? 29 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to...
New Life Prayer Center and Church chini ya Pastor Evangelist Ezekiel inakutangazia ibada kubwa ya meza ya Bwana.
Tunapokutana kwa mwili wa Yesu na damu ya Yesu, tunapeana chakula kwa yule mtu wa ndani.
Baraka za kufunga mwaka 2024, kupokea nyota, uponyaji, unabii pamoja na kufunguliwa kabisa. Ibada hii itafanyika tarehe 4 hadi tarehe 15 mwezi wa 12 2024. Mahali ni Mavueni, Mombasa nchini Kenya. Watu wa dini zote, watu wa mataifa yote mnakaribishwa.
Good morning. All right, again, let's see what's happening on the road. CT told us nothing is happening, and it's actually true. It's still not happening on the Thika Super Highway. There is some going on the Eastern Bypass that's going to... Yes, that's the place. It's going to build up as we get closer to traffic hour. What's happening on Wayaki Way? No thing. It's starting to build around Lower Kabete. Folks in Kiambu said, let's all go to Nairobi. Then we'll come back in the evening and create some more traffic. Nice. Okay. Also, there's a place called Gitaru. Gitaru is coming in from Kikuyu town, going towards the Northern Bypass. There's some traffic there. I don't know what folks are doing, but they've also decided we are going to cause some traffic here a little bit and just frustrate you kidogo. Let's see what happens as we get through the morning. Yes. Apart from that, everybody is getting where they need to go in good time. The sun is shining. Things are happening. Let's wait and see. It's going to get crazy in a short while. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
So, on the front page of the Standard today, there's a fresh split and it has hit review of Varsity funding model. Fresh split hits review of Varsity funding model. Somebody would have told you it was dead in the water even before it started. Another team now, reviewing the controversial new university funding formula is riding a fresh storm with revelations that student representatives are demanding that the controversial 5 bands that determine the level of state support for learners be collapsed to only 3. Something university administrators and scholars say would lead to financial distress for the institutions. Are they not already in financial distress? So can something else lead you where you already are? If I am inside the deep, then you want to say what you want to do will lead you to the deep, and I'm in the deep.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding. But anyway, that's what they're saying. Now, another medic took his life a couple of days ago. Right?
Yeah.
Another intern doctor, after working these long 36-hour shifts. Now imagine a 36-hour shift is a non-stop. All right? That's one 24 hours, and then another day you're on your feet. Took his life and had said this is too much. The Secretary General of the Doctors Union said, you know what, this is enough. And medics call work boycott after intern doctor's death. Doctors Union declares national strike from Saturday and demands immediate government action on long-standing grievances after Francis Gashimo, an intern doctor in Thika, died by suicide. No learning in Moi Varsity as Dons press on with strike, obviously. Adani deals. Now people are being asked, you said you've cancelled the deal. Show us proof of cancelled contract. Don't just be telling us things.
We don't trust you. Even the courts don't trust.
We don't trust you. Show us where it is cancelled.
Bring the paperwork.
Don't just be talking. ODM embraces consensus to avert poll fallout. Let's see. Cries of ex-lands boss with record over 200 cases.
Okay.
I'm telling you. Former Lands Commissioner Wilson Gashanja, who left the office over 20 years ago, claims countless cases are haunting him, most of which he says he has nothing to do with. So why would they haunt you? With nothing to do with, nor can barely remember, but have so far cost him 178 million shillings. He now wants the court to stop them. Just leave me alone. Akamba joins Gema. Okay. Israel Hezbollah strike truce. There's a strike truce, guys. So let's see how that goes. Sawa. On the front page of The Nation, Adani deals, court demands proof of termination. 96 billion shillings. The Ministry of Energy had contracted Adani Energy Solutions to build and operate major transmission lines and substations at a cost of 96.68 billion shillings for a lease period of 30 years. Now, a judge has directed the government to table evidence on the revocation of 2 multi-billion shilling deals involving controversial Indian conglomerate Adani Group. President William Ruto ordered the cancellation last week following a bribery indictment by US authorities. Court says, that's nice. Show us the contract. Drug trafficker Joyce Akinyi finally runs out of luck. After almost 5 years of trial, Joyce Teresia Akinyi Ochieng has been found guilty of drug trafficking. We'll see. Senators unite to reject bill seeking to bar MPs from Harambes.
Wamesema no.
Okay. Probe former PSs from high power costs. Okay, stop again. Probe former PSs over high power costs, EACC told. End of Azimio. Wololo. Azimio La Umoja, One Kenya 2022 presidential running mate Martha Karua will today lead her NARC Kenya Party's National Delegates Convention to formally withdraw from the opposition coalition.
Out.
Signaling the impending collapse of the outfit as more affiliate parties are plotting their exit.
Wow.
I'm telling you.
Wow. Shiti.
Yes, please.
Do you have the star before I give you the business daily?
Eco Online star.
Let me tell you the business daily then quickly.
Carry on.
On the business daily today, why Kenyan mineral dealers are stuck with 42,000 tons in stock. There are 42,000 tons of minerals.
What manner of minerals are
Dealers in minerals are stuck with a stockpile of more than 42,310 metric tons worth millions of shillings after President Ruto's administration classified 14 minerals as strategic, transferring the authority to explore, mine and trade to the states. An industry inventory submitted by the State Department for Mining to the State Department for Mining shows copper accounts for the bulk of the stocks, followed by chromite and beryllium. The Kenya Chamber of Mines, a lobby for industry players, reckons that the government has ignored pleas to delay the implementation of the freeze for 6 months to December. Copper accounts for more than 94%, with 39,700 tons of copper. According to the list,
we have copper in this country.
Yep. People have made commercial and business decisions based on an existing license within an existing legal framework. People have obligations to banks, to landowners where they are mining, and to their customers where they had signed supply agreements. This is according to Patrick Kanyoro, the chamber's chairman. But then came a new development that makes it look like it's a matter of switching the lights on and off. Remember we hosted Kanyoro here one time, we were talking about mines. Now he's saying people have gone, they're gone, they've taken lease for land, they've started mining, they've done all these things, they've signed supplied contracts. Then one day the government comes and says, this is strategic importance. Only the state can trade. And you've already brought the thing up on the ground. And you have a signed contract. And you took loans so that you can do this work. So they're like,
should that law not take effect? Is it retrospectively?
Imagine.
Surely you've already dug the thing and then the law comes in. Or was it the law or was it a proclamation?
It sounds like a proclamation.
Sounds like a proclamation.
It's a decision.
No.
It's a classification that this is what happened. So now let's move to the other headline. Safaricom opens new M-Pesa fund after ownership wrangles for another existing fund. Ownership fights over a Safaricom-backed Mali unit trust has forced the telecoms operator to form a rival fund, dropping Gengi's capital and embracing new fund managers. The Capital Markets Authority yesterday disclosed that it had approved a new unit trust called ZD Money Market Fund. Safaricom is partnering with 3 fund managers, Standard Investment, ALA Capital Limited, and Sanlam Investment East Africa in the new unit trust. The move came amid a vicious fight for control of Mali Money Market Fund, pitting Genghis and Safaricom over the telecom operator's plans to tap SIB, ALA Capital, and Sanlam. But Genghis was unhappy with the late entry of the 3 fund managers, arguing that the model of the product, which has been in the market for a while, was not going to work with these other banks. So imagine people have had the name opened into Mali and put some money into Mali, and then now Safaricom decided now we are supporting these other guys. So what happens to Mali? MPs reject bid to cut counties' funds on missed targets. Kenya's public debt rises 2% to 229 billion shillings. Kenya's public debt grew by 228 billion during the first 3 months of the current financial year. July, August, September. 229 billion shillings was our... Now, our total debt is 10.8 trillion.
Where?
Kakuzi issues profit warning on Middle East tensions. Smartphone imports fall on protest. New smartphone shipments to Kenya have significantly dropped for 2 consecutive quarters for the first time in over 5 years because of a dip in disposable income. Where City?
Yes, please.
Now tell us about the Star, and then I'll tell you about the Taifa ya leo.
Hiyo ni mzuri sana. Wacha sisi naangalia nyota.
Tutakupea usijali kama.
Low turnout in Orange Party grassroots polls. Okay? Remember, ODM is having party polls. Ndio?
Yes.
In Rongo, Migori County, there was a confrontation between 2 rival groups. This isn't new. It has happened before in other parts of the country, and it has happened when political parties decide to have nominations or when they have whatever they call them. Brace yourself, it will be gloomy, wet week. That's according to the Met Department. So be ready.
Which week, Meisha?
This week, starting when I'm reading this thing, and it's moving forward.
Okay, from now till next week on Thursday.
No, next week begins on Sunday actually.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Nairobi Expressway makes, wait for it, 1.2 billion, wait for it, loss. 2 years
they're going
in.
to say every day.
No.
They want documents.
Precisely. Tell us. Yeah.
You know, and we want to see that contract. What does that contract say? If people do not use the Nairobi Expressway and yet there's a contract for build, operate, transfer,
yes,
with certain revenues that will cover 27 years so that you can repay, if in any year you don't meet the target because people have not used the expressway,
Kenya has to pay them.
Who foots the bill?
That one is a good question, is it not?
And how do we know that you actually don't make the money?
No, how do we know anything?
Does our Ministry of Transport and Kenha have visibility into all the revenues that Moja Expressway is making? Wakituambia they made a loss. How do we know
you've made a loss?
It's true, they made a loss.
We don't know. Anyway. No. Good question, good response. We don't know, but we'd like to know. Okay? In the political desk, why some leaders are worried after mega deal cancellation? No, some negative news here which I'm not going to read. Karua book, I endured betrayal under Kibaki. This is a review by someone called Gordon Osen. In the USA, FBI mentioned. Bomb threats against Trump nominees.
Where?
This country is interesting.
Where?
Then, bang in the middle of the paper. This one is interesting. Auditors could access secret security spending. You know, this black budget.
Confidential budget.
Yes.
Which auditors now?
It's Kenya.
Oh. They can audit now those.
No, could.
They could, eh?
It's a perhaps situation. Critics argue this requirement has created unnecessary barriers to accountability. It sounds to me like it's the opposite, really.
Which requirement?
This one, that if they can access security spending, somebody is saying that it would create unnecessary barriers to accountability. I thought it would create necessary.
Okay.
Anyway,
okay.
It's all right. We will see.
We will see it. I tell you about the People Daily.
Tell us about the People Daily.
Boost for Raila as Mauritius Prime Minister backs him for the AU top job. One vote in.
One in.
We're counting.
At least.
Remember the guy, Sebo said already him.
Kenya.
When do you want the election? You want the election tomorrow? You want the election in February next year? The vote is in. So you only voting up.
It's called locked.
Billy.
Locked.
Kenya.
Tatu.
Locked.
Uncle Olusegun shall give them, Abi.
Yeah, Olusegun. Is he voting?
No, I said now he will do for Nigeria. We don't know if Bola Tinubu and his boys will now say,
which side will they roll? Okay, let's see. New tough rules for surrogate parenting. Why it would cost Kenya 61.5 million shillings to sack coach Firat. This is Harambee Stars coach. We want to sack him.
Why?
61.5 million.
What did he do?
Why do you want to sack him?
What has he done?
Surely.
That's the question. What has he done?
Yes.
No, but was he the one on the pitch? Was it his leg that did not kick the ball that did not qualify? Surely.
Why are they sacking him?
Wacha nikwambie. There's a photo here of people here who look, I don't know who they are.
Okay.
But the caption says, the Mountain Courts Kalonzo.
Those are the Gema people they talk about.
To bring together the former Gema grouping, which comprises the Gikuyu Embumeru sub-community, started in earnest yesterday through the accommodation of the Akamba. So Gema now is full. Gikuyu Embumeru Kamba. Following the formation, it was the association. Following the formation of a lobby group to push for Kalonzo Musyoka. It was the Gikuyu Embumeru Association.
And including
now it has become AKAB. 24 Kenyans seized over bank fraud. Sophisticated suspects siphoned billions through fraudulent scripts run after altering system security protocols of financial institutions.
In Kenya?
Kenyans are sharp, my friend.
In Kenya?
Wacheza. Kenyans. Why?
They should do Catch Me If You Can. You see that movie?
2027, if Kenyans run the script, they can put Ndu as president.
I mean,
quickly.
I can become a Kenyan man.
And we don't need Jose Camargo.
And what makes you think they haven't thought along those lines?
We do not need Jose Camargo.
I can even be a Kenyan man.
Yes.
You want to choose IEBC. You suddenly find all the commissioners under the age of 30.
Yes.
Yes.
Chap.
Yes, and then you wonder, now, what do we do?
And this is the email that has come from State House to Parliament.
Yes.
These are the nominees.
Yes.
Parliament vet them. The email that has left State House that lands in Parliament. Wetangula starts reading. Starts saying, who are these people?
But it has come from State House. You cannot question.
Kalak. Can you call the Kalak?
Kalak.
Where is the letter from?
Kalak.
Speaker shock. In Kenya wanacheza hawatujui. Kioja cha mabunge mawili Nyamira. Nyamira has now drama.
Maximum.
Vita vya ubabe vinazidi katika bunge la kaunti ya la Nyamira, huku mirengo miwili ya madiwani ikiandaa vikao viwili vya shughuli za bunge. So basically, there's a faction of the county assembly of Nyamira that has seceded.
Those are the ones who are having the meeting in the Shosho's house.
They have gone somewhere. The speaker was kicked out. Remember there was a video of a speaker being kicked out. Toka hapa. Hata wacha gari ya county. Guy went and bought his own mace.
Is there a place you can buy a mace?
He bought his own mace.
That mace was bought somewhere. Did that shop close?
Me not after mace.
Dude went and bought his own mace.
Yes.
And they organized a room somewhere.
Shosho's house. I'm telling you, it was a Shosho's house.
Kwa nyumba fulani.
Hey.
Where the mace is.
It's where the office
the assembly is in session.
Yes.
Hey. There they are.
Which country are we in?
Kenya, the same way that sophisticated bank fraud. Unaweza weka mace kwa Shosho. County meeting.
Vita kati ya Hezbollah na Israel vyaisha. Vita kati ya Israel na kundi la Hezbollah vimedumu kwa miezi 14. Now they have issued. Pigo kwa Kenya Power mahakamani. Mahakama ya kubali kusikiza na kuamua rufaa ya licha ya KPLC kutaka itupwe. So there's an appeal that KPLC wanted dismissed, but the court has said, no, we want to hear it.
Not happening. Not happening.
Sasa, a preacher is called a pastor, right?
I know. I can see you from...
A preacher calls himself a pastor.
Kwa Kiswahili anaitwa nini?
Mchungaji.
Ashtaki pastor kumchafulia jina kanisani. Pastor.
P-A-S-T-A. Yes.
Is that...
Ile ya macaroni, spaghetti.
Ile spaghetti.
Fettuccine.
Kiongozi wa vijana ashtaki pastor kumweka katika hatari ya kukosa msichana wa kuoa. The pastor went and said, huyu kijana, by the way,
mambo yake.
This guy said, no, huwezi nichafulia jina tu hivyo bwana. Huwezi nichafulia jina. Katikati mwa gazeti kuna picha hapa ya nyumba. Hizi viungo msingi. Mpango wa ujenzi wa nyumba za bei nafuu ambao ulianzishwa na serikali ya Kenya Kwanza umebadilika kuwa machozi, sio tu kwa wanaobebeshwa mzigo wa ushuru, pia wanaobomolewa makazi yao, bali pia kwa wanakandarasi. Okay? It is not just those who are paying tax or those whose homes are being demolished to pave way for construction, but also for the contractors. The headline, nyumba za machozi.
Oi.
Hivyo ndio kunaenda. Tupatie story moja sasa.
Chani kwambie.
You want to split it?
Let me split it.
Alrighty.
Down the middle. Sasa, split in Varsity's funding task force over number of bands. How many task forces can you fit in one country? Sharp divisions have emerged within the task force reviewing the new university funding model, raising questions whether the team will resolve the contentious issues and restore sanity in higher education sector. Should we tell them now or should we wait until later? The Standard has established that at the center of the division is the funding categories referred to as bands that determine the level of state support each student receives. Now, sources in the committee revealed that the 129-member team, 129, Chukuname, is split on whether to reduce the current 5 bands to 3, with students and a section of lecturers push for the reduction of the bands. So, students, leaders and some university lecturers within the National Working Committee to review the new university funding model argue the 4th and 5th bands should be scrapped. I mean, it's useless, they say. These 2 bands constitute students who pay the highest fees with the least government support. This process cannot be credible if it ignores the core of the funding challenge. The MTI is fundamentally flawed and must be reworked. It is emerging that some university administrators and scholars in the team oppose the reduction of the bands, warning that this could lead to severe financial distress for universities. They argue that the country's current economic situation cannot sustain increased government spending, or funding for all students classified under fewer categories. They say that it is true that some students come from backgrounds that can pay what is demanded in band 4 and 5, and the focus should be to correctly identify them rather than reduce the bands. It's been established that with the firm resolve to retain the bands, the task force members are considering expanding the criteria used to determine the student level of financial need. Okay, it just goes on and on. But I'm starting to get a headache when I just think about this, that we just seem to be going round round this issue.
The 130-member task force is split down the middle. They're split over what?
They're saying on the reduction or retaining of the number of bands. So the bands are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, from least to, approaching poverty, things like that. Okay? So now they're saying bands 4 and 5, the ones who maybe they're okay, but they still need government support. those that they're saying they should just remove them, because what you're doing, why you have a funding model in the first place, is because not everybody who is attending university can afford the fees to pay. Public universities are supposed to be taken care of in the majority by government. But you, even in those school fees that you're supposed to pay, there are many who are not able to afford it. That's why the funding comes in the first place. So now they're saying the bands, number one, are too many. So they're saying what we need to do is recategorize how we form these bands in the first place. Because this thing of vulnerable, complete poverty, complete and absolute poverty, we cannot pay, but we have, brains to go to school kind of thing. So they're saying, essentially, we need to scratch that and start from the beginning and recategorize the elements and factors that you use to create and establish the bands in the first place. Others are saying, no, leave it the way it is. Because if you do that now, it will leave the university in a cash crunch. They will not have enough money
something
to pay.
I don't know. I find it peculiar that this government seems to have the notoriety of always coming up with something new.
And add a task force.
Yes, there usually is some task force that is supposed to advise on the way forward. And on paper, these suggestions, I'm calling them suggestions, seem sound. But the moment there is even the slightest attempt to operationalize it, my goodness gracious me. And then every time you ask, folks, did we pilot this thing to understand how it works? No. The way we understood it. I was being told this morning about how my Uber driver was telling me about how Shah has worked for an uncle of his. Okay? Our friend from Germany also told me how it is. He actually witnessed a situation where, because he was involved in registering a relative when he came visiting home, how Shah worked. There are people who tell you it has worked, all right? Because you go to hospital, you're told register over there. But surely, but against this backdrop of this thing working, there are so many other stories of it not working. Now, you can't say it is teething problems where health is concerned. Now, you also can't say it's teething problems where the education of these young Kenyans is concerned. Yes.
They're saying they need to overhaul the whole thing completely.
Well, that's the work of the task force anyway. Let them disagree and come up with some solution.
They're wasting time. They're students who are supposed to be in school and they need the funding. They've not gotten it.
You actually think these people are concerned about this?
That's what they're saying. They're going to solve it. And actually, I'm telling you, I can tell you now that one of two things will happen. They will disband this entire task force and they will go back to the help model whereby they say, you need money, go to help. That's what's going to happen. Because this business that they've been doing for the last 9 months, banned, not banned, least poverty, absolute poverty, no income, what are we doing? And then you still, with even that, you spend money and months and manpower and resources, and then you still cannot make it work. I'm telling you, those two things will happen. They will keep stumbling through this thing, or they'll collapse.
What did we see with CBC? How many months of learning did the very young Kenyans lose?
2 terms.
Yes. So
this one, it's just another. Let me tell you, there's an interesting story in the Standard that's basically just a copy of a story that's run on BBC Africa Eye. It's about pregnant, in quotes, for 15 months inside the fertility scam trading in babies.
What?
This is a story out of Nigeria where Nigerian women often face social pressure to conceive and they're even ostracized or abused if they cannot. Okay? So scammers posing as doctors or nurses convince women that they have a miracle fertility treatment guaranteed to get them pregnant. The initial treatment usually costs hundreds of dollars and consists of an injection, a drink, or a substance inserted into the vagina. None of the women or officials we spoke to during our investigation, that's BBC Africa Eye, know for sure what's in these drugs, but some women have told us they led to changes in their bodies, such as swollen stomachs, which further convinced them that they were pregnant. Women who were given this treatment are warned not to visit any conventional doctors or hospitals because no scan or pregnancy test would detect this baby, which the scammers claim is growing outside of the womb.
Red flag number 1.
When it's time to deliver the baby, women are told labor will only begin once they are induced to the rare and expensive drug that requires further payment. Accounts of how the delivery happens vary, but all are disturbing. Some are sedated only to wake up with a cesarean-like incision mark. Others say they are given an injection that causes a drowsy, hallucinatory state in which they believe they are giving birth. Either way, the women end up with a baby that they're supposed to have given birth to. There's a woman here and her husband who are being interrogated by police, and the BBC Africa Eye sits through this. The Chioma, who's the woman whose name has been changed, tells the commissioners that when her time to deliver came, the so-called doctor injected her in the waist and told her to push. She does not spell out how she ended up with Hope, the baby, but she says that delivery of that baby was painful.
See, hell is bad.
Imagine.
See, hell is bad, but there's a special place in hell for some people.
Imagine.
I'm telling you.
Now you can imagine that these people have actually stolen an actual baby somewhere,
Yes.
and they are bringing this to this particular woman who's being deceived to believe that she actually got a miracle baby. Madness. 7 a.m. news time.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news. Why I'm Le Obaga. The National Treasury was on Wednesday put to task over anomalies of 161 billion shillings external debt repayment for the past 3 financial years. Auditor General Nancy Gadungu in the special audit report on the debt servicing of external loans in Kenya for the past 3 financial years raised pertinent questions on expenditure amounting to 161 billion shillings in unclear debt repayment. Director of Public Audit at the Office of the Auditor General, Gideon Makaya, said that the variances are high, and if they are doing the budgeting process, they are captured accurately so that the variances are not as big as seen.
Our position is that these variances are high, and if they are doing the budgeting process, it should be obtained on the fact that they are also forecasting accurately, so that the variances are not as big as we are seeing there, Chair.
Baringa North MP Joseph Makilap said that this could be an issue for corruption.
This could be a mischief for corruption. If your budget is, in fact, the PEPFAR mark is very clear. You don't procure services and goods beyond your budget.
And Treasury has, however, said that the fluctuations were caused by the exchange rates of the Kenyan shilling against other currencies.
Have you satisfied yourself with that? On that date, was how much was approved, and then there was that huge depreciation, again 77 billion out of 311 billion. It's a huge percentage.
And Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential, that is the 2022 presidential running mate Martha Karua, will today lead her NARC Kenya Party's National Delegates Convention to formally withdraw from the opposition coalition, signalling the impending collapse of the outfit as more affiliate parties plot to exit. ODM leader Raila Odinga flew the coalition's flag with Karua as his running mate in the 2022 polls. And health services will be affected across various health facilities after medical interns were yesterday ordered to go on strike. KMPDU says the medical interns have been unable to continue offering their services and other activities because the government has failed to pay them.
Government cannot afford to be unable to pay the interns. Why do I say so? Because healthcare workers cost around 80 billion shillings in this country. Interns account for 30% of that work. So if you have to pay interns like everybody else, they're earning around 26 billion cumulatively. Yet what we are asking for is 3.8 billion only. So do the math. It's even cheaper to pay them what's right. But we have to lose interns in their numbers. We'll be talking about 7 of them if the other 5 were never rescued.
Union Secretary General Davji Atela also says a bigger strike will begin before the end of this year.
And we are going to give now notice for the nationwide strike of all the doctors. We have the SDC or Special Delegate Conference, which then will determine whether we're going for 7 days or 14 days or at most 21 days. But I believe because of the urgency of the matter and the frustrations that there is with the doctors across the entire country, we may not go beyond 14 days. And that means next week we'll issue the notice openly at Safari Park when these other doctors across the country will join.
ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga has said strategies have been put in place to ensure the party forms the next government. Speaking while casting her vote at the party's grassroots leadership election at Alara Koraya Rangwe polling station, Wanga said the election is one of the strategies to strengthen the party.
And what I want to say is with these grassroots elections, ODM is preparing to capture power in 2027. Because the purpose of any political party is to capture power.
According to Wanga, ODM is considering forming alliances with other parties.
We are going to work for our party. We want our party to be most vibrant. And if we are going to have coalitions, those discussions will be at a later date. But for now, each person strengthen your own house. We are strengthening our own party. OD.
That's the news wire. I'm Le Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
A few minutes after 7 o'clock, and let's take a look at what traffic looks like in the city. Coming off the Thika Superhighway is now when it's starting to build. An hour ago now, I wasn't going to cut it. Kiambu Road is also starting to look pretty busy now, and there's traffic, bumper traffic, not just your, garden variety kind of traffic like CT would say. Very, very busy on Kiambu Road. Also, as you get onto Mombasa Road now, they were starting to see things pile up proper. As you come in from Langata Road on this side and Lusaka Road on the other side, starting to build on Uhuru Highway. It's busy also on Aerodrome that's coming off of Langata Road. Did you know Aerodrome Road was called Douglas Waikihuri Road? Allah? Okay, Bunyala Road is also busy. It's busy then also getting towards Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie, by the way, inbound traffic. See that whole construction thing causing traffic there. Also, Jogoro doesn't look too bad, but we're likely to see the pile-up as we get into the morning. Waiyaki Way will look busy for now, but it hasn't started to get there just yet. So we'll take a look at what's happening as we get into traffic hour proper, and you will tell us what's going on where you are. Will you not? Yes, you will. How will you do that? You will talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 7 minutes after 7. How are you doing? Welcome to the second hour. Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy Thursday. It's the 28th day of November 2024. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year is coming.
Yes, throw in Happy New Year.
Sindio?
Yes.
We just put it in there.
Kabisa.
Once and for all. Let's just get into it. Happy holidays.
Ding dong merrily on high.
Go on.
The bells are sweetly ringing.
The bells are ringing, for heaven's sake. Huh? It's in heaven the bells are ringing.
But in heaven the bells are ringing.
Yes. Ding dong merrily on high.
Ding dong merrily on high.
The angels
yes,
are
something.
singing.
See?
Gloria.
No.
Gloria.
Yeah. Yes, the
in the highest.
You really have to extend that forward. You really have to stretch it. It's not
just Okay. Wealth. How much wealth do you have?
Are you asking me?
How much do you want?
Oh, that's it. You see now.
It's the appropriate question.
Thank you, please. Okay. You have to appropriate your questions to the answeree.
Okay.
So, that's the question that will be answered for you when you walk into a Standard Chartered Bank branch. And they'll ask, how much do you want? How much do you have? What are you ready to do to make sure that you can create wealth, manage your wealth, rather grow your wealth and manage your wealth? And so you say, okay, so what do I need to do? This is how much I have. And you're really confused, and you say, okay, so what are we going to do going into the future? Standard Chartered, the folks at Priority Banking say, it doesn't matter. Come unto me. Thank you. All you who want to grow your wealth. And let's have a conversation about some of these things, because we've done it before, guys. We've been around the block. We've bought the t-shirt and we've said, come, let's have a conversation. We will hold your hand. They are really, they're experts in this. And they say, we've done it for years. We've done it around the world, and we can do it with you too. So you can learn the different ways, and you can also start to practice them. And there are people who are not going to leave you in the deep, but they will make sure that you have all the tools that you need and help you to put your money in the right places. It's the folks at prioritybanking.ke@sc.com. Send them an email. Somebody will pick up the phone and call you. Somebody will say, come and let us have a meeting. Let us sort out these things together. Let's help you create, grow, and manage your wealth.
Actually they do. Because this conversation, the one we had here with one Mr. Oma Orero.
Yes.
And he said one of his people get in touch. And
they did.
And they did. Yes. So what they're saying is actually true.
It is true.
They do.
There you go.
It's true. It's true. I told you my lady is buying me lunch today.
Can you bring your friend? You know, sometimes when they say, my friend is buying me lunch, then you show up and then they have come with somebody.
Yeah.
Bas.
Like, no, this is just my friend. She was passing by.
And I said,
I think she could benefit from this conversation and the lunch.
That's why I like you. We are going.
After all, it is Standard Chartered Bank. Pesa or tas. What is lunch?
Lunch too.
And her name is Judy Dothiam.
Kwisha wewe.
What is lunch? I will buy.
Only two.
Only two people. In fact, who else? What? Okay, now let's talk about milestones. There's a company that we all know, regularly, or especially close to the election period, we see polls. And then when you have some things happening in the country, some big conversations taking place, maybe our economy, are we feeling like our economy is doing well or not? We again see this name. Is the country heading in the right direction? That question is only asked by one company. And we ask ourselves, which direction?
Yeah, exactly.
You should first ask me, is the country heading?
Yeah,
is there a country here?
Do we have a country here?
Oh dear.
Infotrack Research is a company that is known for this, but maybe they do a lot more. And they are marking 20 years this year since they were founded. And the founder of that company, who is also the CEO, Angela Ambito, is in the studio. Angela, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, which is also a birthday. We're very excited about
20 years?
Yeah.
20
years. It makes me a force
of asking the same question. If an election were to be held today,
who would the preferred candidate be?
Yeah,
that's what we know. But then maybe you do other things.
We do a lot of things actually, because research is not, confined to polling. Polling is but public perception polls are just but a facet. Indeed, the space that we work in is market research, and that involves investigation, analyzing. So you gather data, you analyze data, and you come up with insights to answer to any problem. So everything we have in this studio, for instance, went through a process of what we do. So including whether the color of this desk should be as it is now, or the jacket that Ndu is wearing should be designed the way it's designed. So, big clothing and retail companies would do that. The microphone that we have. So research is omnipresent.
Right.
We use it, the church uses research. So believe it or not, the Catholic Church, and I think all mainstream large churches have huge divisions. If you go to the Vatican...
To research.
Exactly. To understand, to investigate, And
is the Lord really coming back? What do you think?
Are we moving away or are we getting closer?
That's a different realm, Chief.
He said he's coming back. Is it like a thief?
Now you walked in the realm of faith.
Yeah.
So what
Just
research
use it nicely.
What research would the church conduct?
I think it's just understanding what people think about what it is that they do. The various things that churches do, they'd like to understand. Because if you have a congregation, you want to meet their needs. And research would now inform you about those things. So that when you tailor the substance of what it is that you offer, it meets the needs of your congregation.
Very good.
I mean, one of the challenges that mainstream churches, Catholic Church, which I belong to, is facing is, they're feeling disenfranchised, particularly when it comes to the younger population. So why are young people increasingly moving away from mainstream churches? And so to understand that, you can indeed pray, but you need to talk to the young people and find out what it is that they would perhaps be requiring to see in terms of their new generation, in terms of what religion and spirituality means to them.
Okay.
So that is, that is something
That's a lot that you do.
So it's a
We'll
lot.
discuss that shortly.
Yeah.
City will welcome you with the day's proverb, but before he does that, he'll tell you that tomorrow is Friday, but they call it Black Friday globally.
Yeah.
But Woolworths has done some research, and they asked people, what should we do with the Black Friday this year? And they got the answer, which is?
They did get the answer, and they made it fairly simple. Even if you're not mathematically inclined, it's simply buy 3 items and 1 will be free. Not complicated. 3 free. It rhymes, doesn't it? Yeah. Now, all you need to do is go visit a Woolworth establishment. Okay? This season that we are now in is a season where people want to give. People want to go out of their way to make their families happy. But let me add a rider here. Also make themselves happy. You should focus a little bit on yourself. And one of the things that people do when they pursue that particular path is they want to purchase clothing. And other items that when we see and when we don on, we feel good about ourselves. And when we see it in others, we feel even better. Now, that is what Woolworth is offering. Du mentioned about the holding of hands. Well, Woolworth is saying, you come. Buy 3, we hold your hand with 1 more. One is free. By the way, there was a song, I Want to Hold Your Hand by the Beatles. Just so you understand. Speaking rhyme all the time.
Pay for 2.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Titi, I didn't know you were a poet.
You don't know.
Excellent.
You don't know many things about City.
3 free.
The proverb, where are we this week?
We are in the kingdom of Eswatini. These people like September. September 6th, they got independence. From who? Mother UK. Okay? 24th of September, same year, 1968, they joined the UN. And then life went on. And when life went on, they coined many proverbs, of which I will read one. A person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
A person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
Yeah.
Well, for InfoTrack marking 20 years, this one is right there. What's your interpretation of this proverb?
Oh, that rings true for me because 20 years ago, when I was just about to leave employment, and the sector, the research sector, was mainly, owned and run by expatriates. So it's a very wazungu kind of industry. And so when I said to various people, both in my family and all, that I'm leaving. I was 9 months pregnant. So people thought this must be pregnancy blues. She'll be back. Hormones. She'll be back. And I was very clear that I wasn't going to be back. I'd just done an MBA. At that time, Nairobi University was offering, it had just started the parallel program. So I went and did an MBA after studying history. I'm a student of history. And so many people said exactly what that proverb says. It cannot be done. But I was the one who was ready to do it. I'd been doing it for 9 years. And I think, sometimes you need to steer clear of naysayers and focus on your goals and get to where you want to go, whether it's independence of a country, like happened with Eswatini, where there were people who wanted to get their hands dirty and get the country going, or you want to start a business. People will always tell you want to leave a salary. You want to leave, all the perks. Are you sure you can do what these other guys were doing? And yet you've been doing it anyway. So that is really what the proverb CT means to me. I don't know whether I have hit the nail on the head. So for me, yeah.
Well,
you've hit the head itself.
Proverbial nail or not, you have hit it.
So 9 months pregnant and decide to leave formal employment.
Right.
Go into maternity and start your business.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes. Many things happened.
Apart from the
in
hormones,
2004.
what else was going on in your mind?
Well, I had worked for one of the, mainstream research agencies for 9 years. I started working there when I was an intern. So when I was in university, I would go there and just, do anything really to get to understand how the working environment, operates. And so when I finished university, I just went back and said, listen, I need a job. And it wasn't very different from now, although now unemployment is a lot higher. But I was very clear on one thing, that there's a skills mismatch between what we are taught in university and what what your employability will be, even if you are in very, specialized areas like accounting, etc. But for those of us who are in the Bachelor of Anything, as we were called, section, it was like, okay, you guys are going to be district officers, etc., etc. So I was very clear that, I needed to understand and start working in an environment, whichever environment. At that point, it was anything. But luckily, I got myself into research, thanks to connections that my mother had then. A colleague of hers knew someone who owned a research firm, and I went and worked there. Rose up the ranks. Again, not seeing the ceiling, always wanting to explore, to do more. And I think one of the things that I had been told by my parents then is that you always get to work before your boss and you leave after or when he's leaving. So I always tried to make myself available. And what that does is then you get a very good mentor, because then you're the person who is always available to tag along. So at a very young age, I think I was 26 or 27 when my boss then said, well, I think you're ready to run this organization. We're going to make you managing director. Many thought it was a joke. I was obviously thrown into the deep end. But, you learn as you go by. And if you believe, and I think everybody has that belief in yourself, you can do a lot of things. And so I did that. And in the 9th year, as would happen, I then became, you're young, and so you're very ambitious. We all at that age, I don't know about you guys, but I always thought that I was going to be a millionaire by the time I was 30.
Of course.
So, I just knew that 30 was this golden year where I would be doing things that were massive. And so that was around the 30th mark for me. And I had been agitating and got some shares. So eventually I became a shareholder of that company. But I realized that in being a shareholder and putting a lot of effort and energy in growing the organization, there was still the glass ceiling. There were still things I couldn't quite do as I wanted to do them. The aha moment for me was when I wanted a salary increment. So, of course, I was cheaper labor. because I was younger. Yeah, so I've given you an opportunity. So you're not earning commensurate to perhaps what your expertise is, but also what your peers in the industry are earning because you're young. You've been given an opportunity. I didn't mind that, but when I could see what my abilities were accruing, but were not commensurate, I went and said, hey, we need to negotiate. I need better perks or more equity. And that's when it hit me that this is going to be a tough battle. So I have two choices. I can stay on and be very unhappy and perhaps be inefficient, or I can actually put into action everything I had, learned when I was at UON doing that MBA. And that's exactly what I did.
So this was what pushed you now to saying, let me go and...
That's exactly what it was. It gets to the point where you're sitting in management meetings or board meetings and you disagree with your boss over very minor things. And you realize, kampuni sio yangu. I mean, I have very small, I had 10%. He was still 90% shareholder. So, there was only so much I could do. But if I had the dreams of doing things in a different way, then it behooved on me, as people say, endo wanze yako. So that's exactly what I did.
Go start your own company.
And okay. So as I celebrate 20 years, my son is actually 20 as well. I think I talked to you once when I was looking for where he should go to school. He's now in the US. So he turned 20 in May. And I left, that organization was called Stedman. Then I left Stedman in 2004, April. I gave birth in May. I started InfoTrack in October.
What?
And in between that, I've never said this, but my marriage went through hell. So you're going through all these things, and the support that you would perhaps be expecting starts to crumble. So you have to, really invoke what is internal to ensure that you do not get, into a mental state that cannot be resolved. Yeah.
Okay.
I hope that doesn't sound like a sob story.
No.
It's a very
because you guys look
inspiring story.
You guys look.
No, we're listening.
We're following the story.
Right.
We're paying attention.
Right. Yeah.
So then, with all of this happening, and obviously, like now, just like as we started this off, especially when it then comes to politics in the country and things that are happening with elections, now has just become synonymous with some of the things that you put out. However, back then,
right.
And you said, I'm going to start my own.
Yeah.
What did you imagine that you were going to do, and what impact did you think it was going to then have on the country or other countries that you were going to do this work in? What were you thinking that was necessary? Market research, looking at politics in the country, looking at business, looking at, goods, moving, trading. What did you think it is that you were going to do that was going to impact?
So when I started working, we were still in the, Moi regime. And during that time, there were a lot of controls. So it was very difficult for companies like ours to venture into the space of, political polling or public opinion research, because that environment did not allow for those freedoms, right? So other than the fact that all these things were happening within the work environment and my, wanting to do more and more and being told you can't quite do that much more, we were also getting into the NAC era. And I looked at that environment and I was very excited. I said, wow, it's the coalition, the Rainbow Coalition. We were the most optimistic country. So that means I was optimistic, perhaps like everybody else here.
Yeah.
And so for me then, I said, hey, this must be the opportunity. At that point, we had already started discussing what was happening around the globe with regards to various elements of research. And so, I was already aware of, public opinion polling, etc., etc. And I thought this is a space that one can now venture into because there was so much freedom. There was was so much excitement. So 2002, we have that election. 2003, a lot of, if you look at data, a lot of people started enterprise then, because the government was also providing an enabling environment for us. Government is not actually meant to provide jobs.
Nope.
It is only meant to provide us with that facilitating, enabling environment. And at that point, luckily, that enabling environment was there. And so, because there were so many foreign investments coming in, businesses were expanding, etc. You look at all these companies we now celebrate, many of them really grew around that decade. And what did they need? They needed information.
Yes.
The government itself needed information to rejig, that which was hitherto, perceived to be a very dictatorial regime. And so there was a lot of opportunity, and I wanted to tap into that. So that was one of the reasons, and thank God it was at that time, because timing is very critical in entrepreneurship, that I decided to get into it. And so there was a lot of demand for research then. Perhaps a lot more than there is now for people who are starting today. Although the truth of the matter is, in tough situations and when environment is tough, that is when research is most critical. That is when you really need to understand what your target market or your target audience is going through, and what then would resonate with them. The mistake that most of us make is we look at research as an auxiliary service. Luckily, during that decade, it was actually mainstreamed. So performance appraisals became something that was a must. So every government agency had to do a performance appraisal. And that performance appraisal had to be done by an external agency. Today, I believe when, we talk about cutting down and streamlining government expenditure, one of the things that I believe has happened is that the services that we provide, perhaps alongside other consultancy services, maybe even media, is perceived as auxiliary. It's perceived as a good thing to have. Whilst at that now is when you need to be communicating to people. You need to be understanding what people need to, want done, and how you can help them, grow in whatever realms they're in.
Let's take a break, and then we come back and ask, what else do you do as InfoTrack?
Right.
So aside from what we see,
right,
you're coming up and telling us that the majority of Kenyans don't feel that the country is heading in the right direction. Or an election now, the forthcoming election is showing that these are the popular candidates and so on. What else does InfoTrack Research and Consulting do? 20 years in operation. This is what Angela Mbitho is telling us about. 20 years ago, October, she decided to start a new company. She founded InfoTrack Research and Consulting Limited. 20 years down the road, what is this journey? What are the milestones and the achievements that this company has had? And what else do they do in this field of research? Ndu,
yes,
please tell Angela that because she is now celebrating, she also needs to be taking a break once in a while.
Yeah.
And to enjoy some binge watching.
Step into a world of so many different things, and that's on TV with Showmax. So Showmax has a plethora of activities that you can watch, series, local programming, which are also series. There are movies, documentaries, some sporting activity. All of these in CT's world are movies, but for other people who don't live in that world, they are series, movies, documentaries, sports. Okay, so there, like I said, great local programming. So there's a lot of really great productions that have been put on Showmax, and some of those series have already dropped. And we're saying that during this festive period, you can actually step into that world of entertainment. And for as little as 300 shillings a month, you can watch programs like Foreplay. Foreplay is F-O-U-R, play. And it's looking at the life of 4 gentlemen in Nairobi. It's called Nairobi's Concrete Jungle, and the different businesses they get into, the relationships, their connections, etc. One to watch. There's also another one called Black and Blue, and it's a series, or rather around police officers, stuff that you can actually watch and be entertained by. This and many, many others. 300 shillings a month. Shika Showmax this festive season.
Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes.
In every one of us, there's a child who can't wait to play.
A child who can go wild playing games. And even wilder just talking about the game. A child who seriously cares about their friends. And takes their fun more seriously. Bring out all the fun, all the chaos on all the sports, local and international, with the greatest of all sports friends.
No. Liverpool's problem is just winning. It's a Republican Party problem. Let me tell you, clean sweep. You do the Senate, you do the Congress, and plus you get the president. That's Liverpool. And by the way, we wear red, just like the Republicans.
And you also speak nonsense. The Cooks, Carol Radul, Kenny Gedenji, and the great Roy Karuhize make their return on the playground. This Saturday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. on SpiceFM 94.
The weather
with sunny conditions in Nairobi, 16 degrees. We'll see highs of 25 and highs of 23 and lows of 13 in Nakuru. It's sunny at 14 in Nyeri, highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 12 in a mostly clear Eldoret. The sun is shining in Mombasa, highs of 32 and lows of 26. Same thing in Malindi with highs of 32 and lows of 26. Partly cloudy in Kisumu this morning, highs of 26 and lows of 19, while at 17 Kakamega is clear with highs of 25 and lows of 15. Kampala is mostly cloudy at 18, highs of 24 and lows of 17, while Dar es Salaam at 26 is mostly sunny with highs of 32. 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 24 and lows of 10, while at 26 we'll see sunny conditions through Thursday in Mogadishu, while Addis Ababa is clear at 9. We'll see highs of 23. Clear in Lagos at 26 with highs of 33, and the rain showers continue at 23 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 30.
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Spice up your life.
Is it busy this morning? It is, and we're just stepping into traffic hour, so we're probably going to see heightened levels of traffic through the city as we go. All right, traffic on Mombasa Road is not doing too badly. We'll see some of that just actually clog up as you get onto Uhuru Highway from Mombasa Road past Capital Centre, and so that looks busy. Also, as you're coming in from Landis Road, going towards Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie is just a beehive of activity through and through. The Thika Superhighway, we're just looking at traffic going past that Mathare Road area and then out towards Survey. So that's where it gets messy. Before that, you're not going to have too much of an issue. All right. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hours. It's going to get busy, especially around this whole Lower Kabete, Spring Valley. So if you've not left, now would be the time to do so. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
4 minutes to 8. Let's talk about research. But before we do that, as we do that, we're still talking about wealth. Grow your wealth, protect your wealth, so that you can even pass it on to future generations. wealth.kenya@sc.com. wealth.kenya@sc.com. That's an email that you need. Send it to Standard Chartered Bank and they will get back in touch with you. Like Citi was told yesterday, somebody's going to call you, and somebody actually did call, and they had a conversation with Citi, and you felt, it was insightful, isn't it?
It was, and we even agreed on a time we could meet and discuss this matter further. As I say, in person.
In person, one-on-one.
One-on-one.
Very good.
Yes.
Yep. So just write that email, wealth.kenya@sc.com. Okay? Just, you never know, not when the craving will strike, you never know how well you could actually grow your wealth. Angela Mbitho, founder and CEO, Infotrack Research and Consulting Limited, is our guest, commemorating 20 years since she founded this company, the milestones and all. So, Angela, apart from this research, the political research on the side, what other forms of research do you conduct?
Right. So the public opinion polling that we're known for, believe it or not, constitutes about 2 to 3% of our revenue. Yeah.
All that money is only 2%.
I don't know what that money is.
I think here is the tip of the iceberg story.
Okay.
But
now let's talk about the iceberg. We figured that you told us about the tip. Now tell us about the iceberg.
So the core of research and what feeds us is, divided into two broad categories. The first one is market research. And so market research would, entail looking at products and services and usage of those products and services. You would work with manufacturing, companies to find out, for instance, why people are not using a specific detergent or what kind of variants they want in terms of. So those are usage and attitude studies. You then have, under that area, market entry studies and feasibility studies, which is quite critical, so that if you have a great idea, CT, you want to start this big thing, it behooves on you to actually, invest some money on research to understand how best to fashion that idea so that you don't fail. So the reason why some businesses or many businesses fail is because they actually don't conduct those market assessment studies, feasibility study. You may think you have a great idea, but the market that you're targeting doesn't think so, or they think it's okay, but they need for you to actually position it in a certain way that they can use it. So that then would be market assessments, etc. There are also studies called market segmentation. So within your entirety of market or your target market, you would have different people who want to use different types of variances or varieties of your products and services. So you'll find that there are those who are, in the top echelon, and those are people who would perhaps require a service or a product in a specific way, and they don't mind paying a premium price. And then you have mass market, and you have the middle of the range. So segmentation studies help you understand, what the different segments of your market are and what their needs are. Now that can actually work both ways, for both, the marketing and consumer side, but also for, even for governments and public policy, right? Then we have loyalty studies or customer satisfaction studies. So they work best within the service sector. So you're a hospital, you're a bank, you are anybody providing a service, transport, airline, etc. You want to understand just how satisfied people are with the services, from your ambience to your food, to the people that are working there, etc., etc. So we then conduct those studies, and the end goal really is to ensure that you have a loyal customer. So what then are those things that you need to do? What are the indicators that ensure that you have a loyal customer? So we gauge things like trust and the likelihood to recommend, because you will never recommend anything that you don't like. I won't recommend people to listen to Spice if I myself don't find Spice a credible station. And so those then would be part of the bouquet. Of course, then there are the media research, so audience studies. The fact of the matter is, you could be doing a great job here, but if there's no audience for it, it then means that you will not be able to survive, because you need advertisers. The only thing that an advertiser is looking at is reach. So how many people are viewing SpiceFM today, or whatever it is that is there, that is within the media, landscape. So those are studies that we do as well. Then we have the social research side. Now, public opinion polling falls within that spectrum. Because there we look at public policy, and we then support public policy. So public policy can be on health. So, for instance, many years ago, and I like this study, CT and I come from, I think, the same part of the world. We did a study, a knowledge, attitude, and perception study for a campaign that was meant to help with, acceptance of male circumcision. Now, the communities, Nilotic communities, for instance, do not practice male circumcision. So the research problem then was, what is it that you need to do to ensure that those communities accept this and do not look at it as something that is going against their culture? So then the research then, found out that indeed, for that campaign to work, and that is behavior change campaign, and I'll tell you why that's critical even today in a moment, then you need to actually look at the angles that will be receptive to that audience. In this case, it does not take away from your manhood or manliness if you actually do this. And you educate the recipient on why am I allowed to say this? The receptor, which is, the sheath, is actually problematic and can actually ensure or can enhance your susceptibility to getting HIV. Now, if you use that angle with a community that is predominantly virile, then you are not taking away from them the fact that they can still enjoy the activities that they partake in, and you're not saying that their culture is inferior or is wrong
primitive
or awkward. You leave the cultural aspect out of it, and that campaign was very, very successful. I say this because today, for instance, we do have policies that the public are yet to accept, SHIF, SHA, etc. Because you need to undertake this knowledge, attitude, and perception.
You have
long
to start
before
from that point.
That's a starting point.
Right.
Because then you fail. It may be a really good idea because universal healthcare is a bloody good idea.
Oh, yes.
But you need to understand what the end user, the demand side, actually want to see from universal healthcare, for universal healthcare to work for us. If you don't and you shove it down my throat, even if it is the best, solution, I will walk away from it. And that's why CAP studies, as they're called, UN agencies, international agencies invest a lot of money on these things. Another example, which I remember, is long-lasting insect-treated nets, mosquito nets. Mosquitoes or malaria is still number one killer. But for a long time, many communities in this part of the world just rejected those nets. The question was why? Why won't you use this thing and some of them were being given free by government? But people wouldn't use them.
Why?
Because from a cultural perspective, again, you need to understand what the cultures of the people you want to change their behavior is. When you put a net over me, it is concomitant with death, coughing, it's suffocating. And so people would then use these things for anything else. In some communities, they were used for fishing. Right?
Not very useful, though.
They're
used.
Not useful, but then because you're not using it for the purpose that it was designed. And so research in terms of knowledge, attitude, and practice and perception helps you understand then what it is you need to communicate and how then that can be accepted. And so, now long-lasting insect-treated nests are actually quite utilized in something that people don't even think about. But this is because research assisted in that particular area. The housing that we have now for the police, that was our research. We did that, just after 2007 election when the, what was that one called? Grand Coalition?
They're always grand. And they're always a
now
coalition.
It's broad-based. that one.
That was a grand coalition.
Yes. But one of the good things with that coalition and the reports that came out of, when you have problems, the question always is, how did we get here? What do we need to do? And sometimes then you say problems are not such a bad thing because they get you to elevate yourself, is that the governance, justice, and law and order institutions needed to be enhanced. And we were then asked or commissioned to conduct surveys. So the remote courts that we now see, where you can actually sit in your house and be in court, that was as a function of the survey we did. That was one of our recommendations.
Right.
To actually decongest the judicial system, because the demand side, which is us, were really getting disgruntled, that you would have your court case sitting for almost 5 years. Nothing is happening. And it was of no fault of the judicial system because they were overworked as well. The courts themselves as physical, entities could not accommodate this demand that we had. So those are, and then for the police, one of the recommendations we made, because we had to do an audit, was you can't expect a custodian of law and order to be a provider of that same law and order when the very basic needs that Maslow talks about, food, clothing, and shelter are not dealt with.
Okay.
And so the housing was so deplorable that one of our recommendations is give them dignity. If you don't give the police dignity, don't expect police reforms to work. Right?
Angela, this is all information. And when we look at governments, when we look at businesses, when we look at nations, there are decisions that are being made. And usually they say, you don't make a decision that would be implemented towards the lives of people if you don't have the requisite information. So this is information. It is knowledge. It's understanding of what's going on. And I have to ask you on a broader level now, because I mean here it is an entrepreneur and it's doing business. But it's critical, vital stuff that could actually be used by governments that could change some of the things that you're talking about. Police housing, affordable housing, healthcare, communities. Do you think, and it's just now, do you think that this knowledge and information is used adequately? And let's talk about Africa. Used adequately to make decisions that would aid in governance. Is it used enough?
It can. I mean, certainly the ones that I've talked about were actually government-initiated research. Products, also requests. Now, for us, our mandate is to provide you with insights. And tell you this is what you need to do. Now, whether you do it or not, there's only so much we can do. But I can tell you that governments across the globe do have a lot of information. Perhaps if they had a lot more insight, derivation of those reports that are produced, we would perhaps see, improvements in our livelihoods. But it needs for that particular area that is research not to be perceived as auxiliary, so that anybody who's sitting somewhere has someone who's saying, what's the data saying?
Right.
What the data saying means what are the people who elected me saying? Yeah. Because when we conduct research, and this is important for politicians especially to understand, when we come in and we say, you are rated XYZ by your constituents, it's not Angela's data.
No.
I don't
This Angela and Bido.
Yeah. It is your constituent telling you, I'm not happy.
Yeah.
Or I'm really very happy with what you are doing. But it should be the same for government. That at every point in time, any policy you want to implement has to be backed up with insight.
But you would want to. I mean, and I'm saying this, I'm proclaiming this. You actually would. I'm prescribing actually. You would want to have that information in order for you to be able to deal properly, wouldn't you?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Have you ever conducted any research that looks into how it is the populace view the elected leaders, and vice versa, how the elected leaders view the populace who vote for them?
We've done the demand side.
Not supply.
We've not so much done supply side in terms of key informant interviews, and perhaps maybe we have, because we work with governance institutions. So all these NGOs in the governance space are our partners or clients. And some of this information is not information that you'd probably see. But yes, we do conduct key informant interviews with the political class in almost every realm that anything is conducted, whether it be, how people perceive public, trust in public institutions. So yes, to answer your question, CT, is that yes, it is done. Let me tell you how it is done. So for instance, from the supply side, I'll give you a hypothetical example. We can perhaps say we want to understand, for instance, trust in specific ABC public institutions. So the judiciary, the courts, the police, etc. And you can then have indicators that you would be looking at to understand what it is, that people feel about those particular institutions. On the other side, you could also ask the same questions of the supply guy. So you say, what do people think, or what do you feel yourself about how you supply, services to the general public? And then you triangulate or you mirror that information. And when you mirror that information, in some cases there's a mismatch. Because indeed the people providing the services think they're doing an excellent job. But in many cases you find, especially with the middle tier and lower tier staff or technocrats, they know. So provided you tell them, and this is one of the tenets of research, that research must provide the respondent with anonymity. So if we were talking about Standard Group today, and we were doing a survey to understand your satisfaction with how things are running here, we can't go back to the board and say CT said he's not happy about the furniture, the salary, etc. We would just say these are the issues, no matter how much they would ask. This is one of the things that is very clear in the contract.
How then do you verify this information? Let me ask the question differently.
Yeah.
In addition to the key informant interviews, what other tools do you use?
So when we are conducting surveys that are perhaps of the nature that you're talking about, one of the things that we do is we have a validation. So there are processes. The first process in research is the inception. And in the inception, you're talking to the stakeholder who has the problem. So that would be the customer, whoever it is. It could be government, it could be an NGO, etc. And the research problem then is discussed in detail. This is discussed so that you can come up with the research objectives, right? So you would then design your research objectives and the methodology that would be suitable to answer to those objectives. You then go and collect the data from the various stakeholders, yeah? And the stakeholders could be both internal, as you had mentioned, and external. You then provide your report and insights, and at that point, you have a validation workshop, right? So in the validation, you're bringing all these groups of people together. Sometimes you don't bring them together in one room. So perhaps if one stakeholder group was general public, you have general public validating the report on their own. They will see everything, but they'll validate it on their own. And they'll say, actually, that's true. That is really what we meant. And sometimes there's congruence. Sometimes there will be people who think, no, that's not what I felt. And you would actually look at those outliers as well.
Particularly where I'm going with this, because sometimes information which is intended to bring about change, yes, does bring about change, but not the change that was intended. Because since it's information, since it's data, it's like someone telling you these are the landmines, this is where they're situated. So you then now have an opportunity to provide yourself with the ways and means of avoiding the mine.
Exactly.
Yes. So, whereas the understanding would have been it would help with the implementation of something that would bring about positive change.
Yeah.
It may achieve the complete opposite.
It should not, if the insights and recommendations are succinct, but the onus is always on the client.
Yes.
So if CT decides, I still want to go ahead with this thing as I determined in the first place, but research has told me there are landmines here and there, at least you're going in with your eyes wide open, not wide shut.
There are those who are of this opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think I completely agree with them, but it's the opinion. And the opinion is that when you talk about research questions, there are those who say you can fashion research questions in a manner that more or less predetermines the outcome.
Yes.
What say you?
As I say yes, because questionnaire design is a very fundamental aspect. And a good question should be a question that is not leading. So it has to be objective. It has to be one that does not presuppose and therefore provides the respondent with the opportunity to give you an honest view. So, for instance, if I said CT is wearing
Just call it what you like.
an ogudu.
Let me
I don't know whether that's a muffin. So he's wearing that
Ogudu.
kofia. Ogudu. Huh? Isn't he?
Bas.
It's a leading question.
Yes.
Weren't he?
So the question you should be asking is, what is CT wearing?
Okay.
And if you wanted to even, you say, what is CT wearing on his head? Now, some people would say it is a hat. Some other people would say it is a stocking. Some people would say it is a crown, muffin. But then that would give you an indication of what people view that particular garment as.
But
Right?
you were clear in your questioning.
You're clear in your questioning, and that is very important.
So that's their perception.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
If a majority of the people call it a hat and it's an ugudu, change the name.
Sometimes the questioning, not even the questioning. So you get the answers, and I know we're running out of time, but you get the answers from the question.
Yeah.
But the results of that questioning sometimes gets people in their feelings.
Yes.
Especially if you're asking questions about particular individuals.
Right.
Can you do anything about that, or do we just have to deal with the results?
Be a little bit more clear and do. Just tell me, ask me.
People attacked you.
Yeah.
People attacked you and said, this Angela Mbitho, what does she think she's doing?
Yeah.
But what you did is that you presented data.
Yeah.
Can you do anything about the data as it has come?
No.
You didn't cook it? People answered you?
We don't touch data.
There you go. So what do you do when now people attack you regularly?
Well, what we have, let me tell you why we, first of all, let me start by answering the question, why do we do polling? I made a very conscious decision in 2007 that we would do polling for the specific reason that if you want to create strong hegemony, so if you want to be a country that is strong, you have to do things that empower the public. Because information is power. That's our mantra. And so the public needs to actually, or from their perspective, be able to give feedback to the instruments of power and the people in position of power on what it is they feel about anything at all, including whether I was happy with voting or voting for you. If I'm not happy, I should tell you so that you have time within the 5-year window to change that. Then we have a public that is powerful and it is critical. That is why we do it. And so when people come out and say to the mirror, because the mirror has said to you,
you're the ugliest of them all.
Mirror on the wall. You are not the fairest today. Even if you crack the mirror, you're not going to be fairer. And this is how we have trained our people. That is the mantra of research. You tell the client what it is as it is meant to be. You don't embellish it. You basically provide them with insights, because if you embellish information, you're lying to that person. It is not my business to make MPs happy or governors happy. It is my business, if I'm doing public opinion polling, to ensure that the public's view is understood by those who, in their selves and their beings, should embrace that is which is servant leadership.
Wapendo wasipende, you'll tell them the truth. Okay. Angela Mbitho, thank you very much for joining us today. And once again, congratulations on this 20-year milestone. It's a big one. Someone has said, yes, 20 years is something that is big and it should be celebrated. 20 years of InfoTrack research and consulting. Angela Mbitho founded it 20 years ago. She's still the CEO. She's still running it, going strong, doing a lot of research in the markets and on very many things. It's 8:01. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli has hit out at Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka over his involvement in the litigation process that saw infrastructural development deals between Indian company Adani and the government of Kenya cancelled. Kalonzo was among the legal team representing petitioners who sought to block the public-private partnership between the government and Adani, which was set to grant the confirm a 30-year lease to develop and manage the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. According to Atwoli, the move by Kalonzo is unbecoming of a leader who himself is interested in being president of the Republic someday. Kalonzo and his DAP-K counterpart Eugene Wamalwa called on President Ruto to cancel all contracts under Adani, claiming that Adani also has a contract with Shah.
And we are saying, as you heard Councillor Kibe argue, we don't want people to cancel things and then leave Kenyans with huge paying compensation where it was not necessary. So we want this matter gone into in greater detail to even get to know who was paid what. It is very important to Kenyan officials here.
All Adani deals must be dropped. It's not enough to drop 2 deals, JKI and Ketrak. We know that Adani is in Shah. In fact, the proper name for that should be Adani Shah. That too must be dropped because it's equally tainted by fraud, by corruption, and it should face the same fate as this.
The 7 comes as the High Court suspended the implementation of all contracts between the government and the foreign company. Justice Bahati Mwamuya ordered Adani to be stopped from providing services at the JKIA and asked the government to submit evidence to the court regarding the decision to cancel Adani's contracts with President William Ruto by January 25th next year.
Restraining the respondents, jointly and severally, from entering into, approving, or furthering any concession agreement relating to the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport with the first and second respondents or their associated or related entities or any other party or entity. 2. Pending the hearing and determination of the application, a conservatory order be and is hereby issued, restraining the 11th and 12th respondents from taking over and operating the assets and business of the 7th respondent relating to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
And a section of ODM members in Kilifi County want the grassroots elections to be nullified and repeated, claiming that there was outside political interference. Some party members in Rabai constituency failed to participate in the polls amid total confusion with no election officials on site in the polling stations. This event comes as ODM National Chairperson Gladys Wanga, while casting her vote, has said strategies have been put in place to ensure the party forms the next government.
And what I want to say is with these grassroots elections, ODM is preparing to capture power in 2027. Because the purpose of any political party is to capture power.
And a driver who was reversing a bus crashed and killed his conductor in an accident at the Gikomba bus stop in Nairobi. The tragic incident happened as the driver reversed his matatu along Kware Road near Kirima House. The crew was getting ready to pick up passengers when the accident happened. Police said the conductor was guiding his driver to reverse from the bus stop when he accidentally crashed him against a wall. The conductor, identified as Joseph Karanja, aged 28, sustained serious head injuries and was rushed to Guru Nanak Hospital, where he succumbed to his injuries while undergoing treatment. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has summoned Muslims for Human Rights Director Khalif Khalifa of alleged divisive and hateful utterances. NCIC Chairman Samuel Kubia described Khalifa's statements as discriminatory and insightful. Kubia stated that NCIC has commenced investigations into the matter and summoned Khalifa to appear before it on Monday, December 9th. The Commission noted that the utterances violated constitutional provisions under Article 33, which limit freedom of speech to exclude hate speech, incitement to violence and propaganda. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Whatever was happening on Kiambu Road is not happening anymore because that traffic seems to have reduced, but we don't know. It could come and go, you know. You never know, living on the wild side of life. Let's see what happens on Kiambu Road later. But for now, going towards Muthaiga Square, there is some traffic. It's also coming in heavy on the Thika Superhighway, at least from Survey going out towards town. Yes. As you get towards Muranga Road and onto the Globe Cinema roundabout, there is some traffic there. Kipande Road, people are trying to move from museums, come through Kipande Road and then get into the city, so that's a little bit busy. Ring Road, Kileleshwa, it's also touching touching on at some point, Waiyaki Way. Also, we've got traffic on James Gishuru getting into the city, and then inbound from the Red Hill Link Road is very busy as well. Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley has some traffic, quite some from what we see. Langata Road is also pretty busy. All of this is going to find its way to Huru Highway getting into the CBD, and there's the Eastern Bypass traffic. Not too crazy, but you're going to get some traffic as you traverse. Outer Ring, not too bad. Kangunda Road, different story. Let's keep an eye on things. We are still in traffic hour, and we'll talk as we keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
9 minutes after 8, how you doing, Ndu?
Yes.
So wealth.kenya@sc.com.
Yes. Now, this is the email address that I want you to focus on today. All right? wealth.kenya@sc.com. Why, you ask? Because this is what you want to do. You have that little coin, you're not quite sure, okay, how can I grow it? You have that little coin and you've gotten some more over the years, and you say, I want to be able to do this in the future, but I don't know where to start. Who do I talk to about how to go about it? Where do I put my money? Do I put it in a local currency? Can I put it in foreign currency? Can I grow my money in different parts of the world? And they'll answer all of these questions for you once you send an email to what? wealth.kenya@sc.com. What happens there is that there are folks at the back of that email, right? And they're just waiting for yours to come in. And then they'll say, welcome to Standard Chartered. And we are here to hold your hand to answer all those questions that you have about where you can place your money for it to grow in the future, about what you can do to ensure that your life is the way it is, if not better, when you're not able to work. We've been having this conversation with folks, and they're saying, you know what, let's make you a priority because we have the expertise. We've done it for 100 years. We've done it in markets around the world. Write us an email. Let's know how we can hold your hand and walk you through the wealth experience with Standard Chartered.
Kabisa, kabisa. We're talking about money this week. Money. Bas. Hey, you're fired.
Sorry.
How do you grow your wealth? How do you protect your wealth? And also, how do you protect yourself and insure yourself against the various risks so that then you can make sure that the wealth that you're building and you're protecting is also protected, right? And we want to have another conversation again now about insurance and the insurance industry in Kenya, and whether the insurance industry in Kenya is alive to the times that we are living in. We're in the digital era. Now, has this digital transformation in the society moved into the insurance sector, and is it impacting the insurance sector? We're going to have that conversation with Brian Ropp. He's the General Manager for Risk and Insurance at Liaison Group. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
That's the hot seat of the situation, though.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Feel comfortable?
Yes, I am.
Buckle up. It's going to be a good, smooth ride.
Oh, yes.
But as long as you see that red light, the captain has switched on the fasten your seatbelt sign.
Definitely.
Okay. Karibu sana. City will welcome you with the day's proverb. And also, he'll also tell you what to do for your family and friends, particularly your family, over this Christmas period. Today, in America, they call it Thanksgiving Day. Tomorrow, they call it Black Friday. Sale. Now, this Black Friday thing has become a global thing. It's even come to Kenya. And
some even say it's a black month. Okay? Now, what Woolworths is telling you, if you go to any of the establishments, simple procedure, look through whatever the offering is, and you buy 3 items. 1 will be given to you free. Free. Meaning, And none of this Kenyan wisdom of, you've already paid for it. No, you haven't. You've paid for the 3. 1 is free as you pay. 1 is what?
It's free.
Yes. Now.
So you're paying for 2?
Yes.
The third one is free.
Yeah, even as insurance, we have something for you guys.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
yes.
And how many do we need to buy to get
for
any
2
free?
life insurances? 1 life is free.
In the next 30 minutes, we'll know more.
Really? Wonderful. Now, this is an opportunity for you to do something pleasant for your family, for your friends, and for yourself.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yep, it's it's ongoing. Yesterday, today, until when, City?
2nd.
Until the 2nd.
Yes, of December.
Any Woolworth store, anywhere in the country. Hiya, City, the proverb.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the kingdom of Eswatini. Now, it wasn't always Eswatini. It was Swaziland. But that name changed from Swaziland to Eswatini on the 19th of April 2018. Okay? Eswatini is named after the 18th century. It was the 19th century. This century is going to be confusing. King Mswati II. Okay? So, hence Eswatini. Now, the proverb, simple, straightforward. A person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
A person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it. Brian, what's your interpretation?
I think that is quite relevant to our insurance industry, because for a very long time insurance guys have been traditional, and for those guys actually who don't want to change, then definitely they should not interrupt those guys who are ready for change. And that is why we are here to talk about the transformation.
Those who are changing.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Yeah, like you said, Brian, the insurance sector in this country, we have rapped about it here many times. Even when managers such as yourself come here and you're like, all right, so what's the insurance penetration in this country? Less than 3%. 60 years of independence. Insurance has been here longer than the 60 years of independence. And yet we are still at this stage. Why? Is it because of, not going with the times? So we are in a digital era. One of the things that people have said about, access to insurance is it's just too cumbersome. You have a product that requires me to pay a premium once, that requires me to start thinking about a renewal at the end of a year, and so on and so forth. And I have to either go and deposit a check and bring a slip or all those kind of things. In this day and age, my friend, we don't even go to the bank. In this day and age, you don't even go to you broker or agent. You just deal, all right? So has the insurance sector moved into this direction?
For a very long time, the insurance industry has been traditional. And that is one of the aspects that Liaison Group is here, because as part of our transformation agenda is that we want to impact the society. And many people have been saying that the insurance is for those guys who have money or those guys who are wealthy. But where we sit as Liaison Group is that the insurance is for all of us. We are talking about the youth, we are talking about the whole, we are talking about those who don't have. But the question comes, why is Kenya penetration very low? The issue which has been there is that it's a measure of GDP or something like that. But there's a question that people are not answering. It is a fight between the insurance in terms of the awareness, and of course, many of you know that many guys say Jesus is my insurer. So people actually are traditional and they say that the social capital is my insurance. But is it sustainable long term? The answer is no. The answer is no, because the insurance cannot solve most of the problems, but it can secure your life. And we are talking about purchasing power parity. So when you talk about the income in terms of GDP per capita, Last time, actually, my good friend here was talking about the 6,000 in terms of the income per person. So that is where the main problem is. The main problem is, number one, there is the traditional aspect. Number two is the purchasing power. So once we solve that problem, then we'll be able to transform the market. However, in liaison, we have said that there is this Okoh economy. And I can give you a very good example in terms of the digital transformation. When I was a young boy, my dad actually retired. And at that time, we were making phone calls to Nairobi because we wanted to get his pension at NSF. So I could go to the telephone booth, you still remember? Then this other guy in Nairobi, we could agree that we are going to do the dial at 2 p.m. And all of a sudden, as you speak now, you can actually make a phone call. You can actually read many things in your phone, and that is the transformation which you want. And we are talking about using now the digital platform. You have had something called Quickie in Liaison Group. And it is a discussion that most of the people are asking themselves, what is this Quickie? And
how do you spell it?
It's Quuikie. It is actually the normal Quickie.
The normal Quickie.
Yes. And there are people who say that, oh, this time may not be good, this may not be what. But let me tell you something. We are working on something called 3 minutes.
It gets worse.
So
Yikes.
An honest 3 minutes.
An honest 3 minutes.
Yes.
So that means actually you have your gadget. Because the way I have explained, I've said that when we were very young, my father retired and we had to make that phone calls.
Yeah.
Then in insurance, we say that how best can we penetrate the market? Then we say, you get now.
This guy is just from the deep Right.
Yes. And that is now.
Just when you thought you had understood it, quickly move to 3 minutes.
Then,
right.
Then we are talking about Latiff here having his fund.
Yeah.
And from there now you can actually go to your www.liaison. Then you can buy your insurance. You can buy your insurance
www.liaison.com.
No, .net.
.net.
Correct.
www.liaison.net.
Liaisongroup.net.
Liaisongroup.net.
Yeah, it's actually 3 minutes because actually you can go through the process. And we are talking not only to Kenyans, but we are talking also to diaspora.
Okay.
Because there are many guys actually who have tried to build the houses, and of course they sent money. They come home, there is no house. There are many guys actually who sent the money for insurance. They come back home, there is no insurance. So we are talking about the 3 minutes. So once you enter there, then you're able actually to get your product, which is a personal accident. You can get what we call the motor insurance. You can also get what you call the household, the business insurance. So
in 3 minutes, basically what we're saying is somebody who is not a client, does not have a product with Liaison Group, within 3 minutes, they can get in and they will be able to have a plan.
Of course, in terms of the convenience, yes, at the comfort of your...
From wherever. I don't have to come to Liaison Group office. I don't even need to know where Liaison Group offices are. I just need to know and trust that Liaison Group is regulated by the Insurance Regulatory Authority and is under the laws of Kenya and all, and then that's it.
That's it. And of course, when you enter there, you'll get a variety of insurance companies. Then you can choose from there. So we are talking about all those licensed insurance companies in Kenya. And we are selling convenient. And secondly, we are selling something actually which you can make a decision at the comfort of your desk.
Okay. So what products are we talking about here? And so are we saying that in this short period of time, because I need something, right? I come and I say, okay, these are what my needs are. So in that short time, you're able to establish what the need is, establish the best route to take, and then sign somebody up. Is that what we're saying? And so then which products are you looking at that somebody will get an understanding of in that time?
So the product that you are looking into is all the insurance product, because actually we want to solve the problem of these people actually who are in the comfort of their seats or their desk. So we are talking about, number one, in terms of the motor insurance. Motor insurance is quite something that most of the people actually buy, not because actually they want it sometimes, it's because by law, you are supposed to have an insurance cover. But we are saying that, okay, once you have the motor insurance, what about your assets?
Yep.
What about your phones?
Yep.
What about your house?
Domestic.
Domestic package. Exactly. So what about your workers at home?
Yep.
And remember, Kenya is now almost like the second country in terms of litigation after US. The 2010 Constitution gave a lot of powers to all of us who are not in government. So, and the mwananchi. So it takes a lot of powers from the government to the common man. And that is why if today actually I disagree with you, I can go to court. So that way, then we have what you call the liability covers. So we are talking about the personal accident cover, and we are talking about the household, which extend now to your domestic workers.
Right. All this. So why did you find the need to actually look at how long it takes to onboard somebody? Because among the problems that you mentioned, it was about awareness, about purchasing power. You did not mention the conversion time.
Yeah, we did the analysis and say that, okay, these people actually who want to buy insurance, they spend a lot of time. And I can give you a very good story of a gentleman who retired from a bank. And we were telling this great man in Meru, why don't you actually buy the insurance online? He spent a lot of money traveling all the way from Meru to Nairobi just solely to pick a certificate. And we are telling them, okay, you can spend a lot of time making money within 3 minutes in terms of conversion. Yeah. You are able actually to lock in. You are able actually to see the variety of insurance. You can choose actually the price that you want. You can tick the boxes of. Some of them actually may not need what you call motor insurance, the laws of use. The laws of use is that alternative vehicle in case of an accident. Yeah. People actually may have 2 or 3. So from there now, once you buy in, then you're able actually to convert within 3 minutes.
Like that, you just get it. So it's online.liaisongroup.net. Huh? So once you get there, you see, and we're talking about how easier it is because of using digital transformation and saying we can actually reach out to more people, not without knocking on their doors and doing cold calls and all these things, just telling someone, go here, go to online, on the online portal, online.liaisongroup.net, and then you see the products that you like. Which product would you like? Motor, business and property, tour operator, household cover, personal accident, travel. And so how do I know what I need, Brian? How all these things, everybody comes and tells me about insurance. There are those that are legal. I have a vehicle, it must have insurance. But even which insurance do I need for my vehicle? If I have comprehensive, am I covered if I'm the driver? And all so on and so. How do I know which insurance product I need?
At Liaison Group, what we are doing is that there is an aspect of awareness and there is an aspect of knowledge. So what we have done is that we want to start a conversation in Kenya and of course in the East Africa region that we are in, so that now people can be aware and also knowledgeable on what products to buy. And our slogan, the way I've mentioned, is that if you look into what we call the airlines, in 1970 there is someone actually who came up with a Virgin airline in 1970. So and there are many guys actually who are using it. So we want to start a conversation in the market so that people can be knowledgeable on what to buy. But more importantly, we are talking about the SME market. When you talk about the SME market, is that there are people actually who wants to solve their problems. And one of their problems is that maybe their phone actually was stolen, or maybe it broke down or something like that. So what happens is that this person has a problem, he wants to replace it, but you are telling them, instead of going to the shop, that insurance through Liaison can replace that phone. So that is where now, because in insurance is that we don't sell like you sell a Biro or something like that. This is consultancy. So we are able actually to solve that problem, and that is where Liaison comes in to educate the market. And this conversation actually will be there in the next few years.
Yeah.
So that now people will be knowledgeable.
People need to know a lot more.
Why do you think that folks don't take up insurance? Because I think the numbers were given yesterday, if you look at it's just under 3 million of across, and this is a combination of all kinds of insurance. So you can imagine, we say motor vehicle insurance is maybe one of the highest, and then health insurance follows close after, and all of that. But it's still pretty low if you're comparing it to the overall population. And usually they say in order to then solve an issue, you need to understand the cause. So why, I know you saw, Jesus is my insurer, okay, fine. But apart from that, why do you think folks are still reluctant, or why don't we pick up insurance that at least will get to a considerable percentage of the population?
Yes, for a very long time, most of the people more so in Africa, apart from what you have said that Jesus is my insurer, there's an element of trust. So when I wanted to join university, I still remember we had a fight with my father, because my father never believed that insurance is a career. He thought that is meant for conmen. And
I'm sure he had his reasons.
Yes, definitely. And for the 2 years, my first and second year, we are not in good terms with my father.
What are you taking in university?
Actuarial science.
Utaenda kufanya kazi wapi? Kwa insurance.
Kwa insurance. Yeah. So at that time,
mtihani kwa kuwa conman.
When do some upate degree
kuwa conman.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is an issue which maybe it originate from I don't know, a millennial, maybe 70s or thereabout, when people actually used to take your details in terms of your pay slip or something like that. Then they fill a form, then they sign for you, and then from there you get deduction at the end of the month, and then you don't know even how to claim.
Yeah.
Now that trust developed for a very long time, and people actually lost faith in it. And number two is insurance is a promise. So even those people actually who bought insurance, at the end of it, they are not compensated. So we are talking about a trust in insurance industry. And we come in as professionals and say that we want to sanitize the market. We want to clean the market so that now we do a clean job. And out of that now we'll be able to win quite a number of people. Because unlike banking, where you go there and then your problem is solved immediately because you need money, so they give you the money. Insurance is after you have paid the premiums. So after you have paid the premiums, then you expect now in case of an incident or an accident, then the insurance company should come in and sort you. So to answer your question, is a trust issue, but we are very happy to say that there is also a bill in Parliament. I think it was published way back in March this year, so that we have we do have what we call a professional body that can vet those guys actually who are going to not sell insurance, but do what we call advisory.
I see.
That way, actually, we'll be able to clear the market, because people are there to make money. But we are saying that even insurance companies, we need to see how best they can solve their liquidity, because without liquidity, then definitely you are not able to honor your obligations. And at Liaison, we say that we do advisory, and we have never accepted that we sell. We say that we do advisory. We don't. If I come to your place, I'll tell you, why do you need insurance? Some of these insurance that you have bought, you can retain. Some of them you can transfer. Some of them you can avoid. And that comes with the aspect of what you call the risk management. We need to evolve as a market from selling to do what you call the risk management model pricing.
Advising someone.
Correct.
Coming to me and sorting out my needs. Not coming to me and selling me your products.
Yes, we are not selling a vehicle, because a vehicle it can change. If you go to Mercedes-Benz or the likes of Toyota, it cannot change. But advisory is we walked through the journey.
Custom make it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break. 28 minutes to 9. Our guest is Brian Ropp. He's the General Manager for Risk and Insurance at Liaison Group. As we take this break, go online. It's online.liaisongroup.net. Online.liaisongroup. There are some people who don't know how to spell the word liaison. Can you just spell it?
Yeah, I've got a lot of bounce emails. It's Liaison.
Yep. Liaison,
Yes.
not liaison. With a Y.
Yes.
Liaison.
Liaison.
Yes, that's how it's
right.
Yeah.
Online.liaisongroup.net. This is where you'll get the quickies. Within 3 minutes, you can actually choose and sign up and take a product. 3 minutes is enough.
Okay.
There's a song called Kaidakto. It's 27 minutes to 9. Ndu,
Yes.
please tell Brian how, within a very short time, less than 3 minutes, he can actually subscribe to Showmax.
Yeah, 30 seconds, showmax.com. Another 30 seconds, you look through, you'll find series, you'll find documentaries, you'll find movies, you'll find sports content, all of that. How many minutes gone? 1. Second minute, you'll say, I've seen local content, that's what I'm interested in. 30 minutes have gone. Another 30 minutes, 30 seconds rather have gone. Then you'll find a program called Black and Blue. It's about police officers, very interesting. Those are now 10 seconds. You'll find another one, it's called Foreplay. Good Lord. In this case, FOUR, play, talks about 4 young gentlemen in Nairobi and how they, traverse the concrete jungle. Now we're at 2 minutes, isn't it? Another 30 seconds, you'll
2 minutes up to foreplay.
Yes.
Okay.
Another 30 seconds, you'll now figure it out. Okay, I need to pay. And you say, do I have 300 shillings at least to pay for this? Yes, you do. You'll do that, you'll pay, and then you'll start watching under 3 minutes. Shika Showmax.
2 minutes foreplay, third minute, watch. 26 minutes to 9. Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
The weather with SpiceFM.
We're going between cloudy and sunny in Nairobi this morning. It is 18 degrees, however, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14 in a sunny Nakuru. The sun is up as well in Nyeri, highs of 24, and a sunny morning in Eldoret at 16, going to highs of 23. Mombasa is sunny at 29 with highs of 33, and in Malindi at 30, sunny as well, going to highs of 32. It's mostly sunny at 22 in Kisumu with highs of 27, while in Kakamega at 29, sunny with highs of 33. 8 degrees, I beg your pardon, 19 degrees and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 32 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. Johannesburg at 16 is sunny with highs of 24, and into Mogadishu at 29 we'll see highs of 32. 23 will be the high with lows of 10 in Addis Ababa, where it is sunny at 15. Mostly clear at 25 in Lagos with highs of 33, and it's 16 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 24 and lows of 10. Looking into a clear Lagos at 25 with highs of 33, and rain showers continue in Kinshasa at 23 with highs of 30.
Chilled Spice.
Traffic coming in along the Thika Superhighway, not doing too badly. We think we'll just reduce towards the Pangani underpass and then out towards Murang'a Road. It's not fun for folks. It's not as crazy as it was before, but that roundabout, some traffic as you get towards Moi Avenue and then into the city. Jogo Road not doing too badly. Landis Road, however, is packed as you get towards Haile Selassie, which as you get to then the junction of Haile Selassie is crazy. Today is what? It's the 28th. That entire diversion has been closed officially until the 15th of January. So alternate routes, do we know, Eric, yet? No, we don't know. Find your way, climb on top of the pavement. We don't know. Maybe Ken will tell us how we can get out of that. But there will be traffic. Langata Road, absolute mess coming in from just around Western Hotel heading into the city. We're going to keep an eye on all of this as we get along. Talk to us, folks, on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues for the next 22 minutes with Brian Ropp, who's the GM for Risk and Insurance at Liaison Group. We are talking about digital transformation and how this is having impact on the insurance sector. How easy it is now for you to get knowledge about insurance products, get to select what you need, also get to interact with people who understand about insurance. Just off of the last question that Ndu had asked, why is it that people do not actually take up insurance? It's a perception issue. And he said that you're doing a lot more work as liaison group to create more awareness about what insurance is and also to build trust on insurance. How do you do this? How do you use digital transformation, these digital tools, to increase that awareness and knowledge?
Thanks very much for that question. We are talking about in terms of the market. And I can give you a scenario whereby some years back, we were talking about the motor vehicle certificate. So if you wanted a motor vehicle certificate, you could go and maybe to insurance companies, to a broker in that case, or an agent. There are many people actually who bought insurance certificate from River Road. And when it comes to the issue of the claims, then of course the insurance company is not aware what we have bought. And in the industry, we are quite happy to acknowledge that there is actually a digital way you can actually get your certificate. So currently, we are not in an environment whereby we issue the analog certificate. So you have to go to your preferred underwriter, of course the preferred choice for the broker, in this case is liaison group, and then from there we'll be able to give you a digital certificate. So there is also what we call a mismatch between the insurance industry and the growth in the market, because as liaison we try our best to penetrate the market using the digital transformation ways. But if you go now to the government side, you realize sometimes actually they are behind. If you have your motor vehicle, you are supposed to display your insurance certificate. But on the other side of the insurance, we are issuing digitally. So we are looking in ways whereby liaison wants to now to transform the market in terms of the digital. So that way, that one for the insurance certificate has been solved. Then we come to the second in terms of the building the trust. We are talking about honoring obligations. I'm looking forward to a situation whereby we tie between the products and the honoring of the claims in implementation using now the digital way. Some years to come, you will see what we call the geospatial being implemented. We're talking about the drones. We're talking about if a claim occur maybe in Mombasa Road. So currently you may realize that in one claim there are two people actually involved, but in the claim form there are almost 6, 7. So as liaison, we want to pioneer and see how best now we can maybe in future use drones, so that when there's a claim there, then there are live pictures or something like that in terms of the photos, which can relay to insurance companies, and from there now it can be used in court of law. Of course, we know the issue of the drones is regulated by Kenya Civil Aviation, so it's another way whereby as an industry we want to start the market so that this discussion can go even to parliament, so that we can work the journey together. Some years back, let me check, I think he was the finance minister, and there was people actually who were against the issue of the Safaricom M-Pesa. And he made a decision and said that this thing must be implemented. So we are looking forward to, of course, the government to support us, so that now we are able to use the digital way. In terms of the products, in terms of coming with ways to penetrate the market using the digital way, we are ahead of the market. But we pray that one day the government will be on our side and the parliament will enact laws that can facilitate that. So to answer your question is that we want to solve the problems of the claims, honoring of claims. At Liaison Group also, we have realized that there is also another problem in the banks. And of course, the banks actually are very good in distribution. So we have another product called e-bank assurance. This is where now the banks actually can use our digital platform to do the renewals, do what we call the claims, because actually you can sell anyone can distribute, but in terms of honoring of the claims. So we at Liaison Group, not only are we pioneering the 3 minutes that we have talked, but also in the issue of the e-bank assurance, we have a very good, robust product. We have not only implemented in Kenya, we are doing with one of the bank in Kenya. One of the banks in Kenya is using our system, but we are proud to say that Rwanda, Paul Kagame, we have 2 banks that is using our
already.
Yes.
What's the difference between e-bank assurance? Is it the same as bank assurance?
E comes from the word
electronic.
And of course, the bank assurance is the distributions of insurance products using banks. And we are telling them, actually, for you, there's no need to do what you call the Avin investment in terms of the capital. The capex actually you can use in somewhere else, but Liaison can come with this software so that now we can solve the problems, not of distribution, because actually everyone can distribute, but we want now to solve the problems, settling the claims.
I see. Explain something, Brian. As you were speaking, I was like, okay, wait a minute. Do you actually understand this insurance sector and the players? Who's an underwriter? Who's an insurer? Who's an agent? Who's a broker? And what does Liaison Group do in all those things? What's the insurance ecosystem like? Who does what?
In terms of the ecosystem of the insurance globally, we are talking about it. Started way back in. We talk about the developed market, the Lloyd's of London, where now it developed the issue of common law and other things. When it comes now to the insurance, there are almost 3 or 4 players. We are talking about the regulator, which is now the Insurance Regulatory Authority. Then you come to the underwriter. The underwriter now are the licensed insurance companies who are the owners of what I can say, not the products, but in terms of honoring the claims. They assume the risk.
Okay. So they're the ones who carry the risk.
They are the ones who carry the risk.
They're the ones who pay the money.
Definitely.
Okay.
Then you come to the another sector, which is insurance brokerage. By license, Liaison is an insurance broker. But in terms of the market value, the value that we give to the market, we consider ourselves as advisory.
Okay.
But of course, for the purpose of insurance, we are insurance brokerage. But in terms of the value to the market, we are consultants.
Okay.
So that is why now we have quite a number of professionals in Liaison Group. So we do what you call the advisory. Now, another element which people...
What does a brokerage do?
A brokerage is a company that is licensed by IRA to give advisory on behalf of the client. And that is why all insurance brokers must have a professional indemnity, because actually they are the people actually who advise the client all over the world.
Your job is to advise.
Our job is to advise.
When I pay money, I'm not paying to the brokerage, I'm paying to the underwriter.
The law is quite straightforward. Since actually we have the professional indemnity, secondly, we are a professional body, then we are allowed to receive premium.
Okay.
And once we receive the premium, then we remit to the insurance company.
So we pay you to take to the insurer?
Not 100% has, because the law actually give leeway to pay either the underwriter or insurance broker.
Okay.
And from there now we have another application of transferring or remitting the same funds to insurance companies who are now going to assume the risk.
Okay.
Or carry the risk. And of course there are some other players like agents. Who actually, the agents actually work through what you call the agency principle, because they represent the insurance company.
So an agent does not work for a brokerage?
It doesn't.
An agent is a representative of the underwriter?
The underwriter.
Okay.
From the agency principle.
The broker is an intermediary?
Is an independent intermediary.
Why do you need to have both?
You don't need to have both as a client, but the industry needs both.
Okay, why?
Number one is that for the agents, there are some products actually which agents actually are better off selling, and in terms of the growing the market share, the underwriter may decide now to have what you call a tied agent, so that now they are in full control.
It's like having their own sales force.
Their own sales force.
Okay.
So this sales force actually is very expensive for them to have on a monthly payroll. So what they do is that they give them what you call commission, which is regulated by IRA. And that is where now we need the government to come in and sort the mess, because there are many guys actually who brand themselves as agents. They don't have any papers. They don't have any professional knowledge. And that is what sometimes it is what you call the missell. Yeah. But as a broker, it is quite elaborate. And we want to clean the professional body so that now we do clean business.
As Liaison Group, as a brokerage, do you work with many underwriters, many insurance companies? Or do you work with a specific insurance company?
At Liaison Group, we work with all the licensed insurance company. The rule of thumb is that you must be licensed by IRA, and once you are licensed, then we're able to analyze in terms of your solvency ratio. We analyze your turnaround time. We analyze the capital adequacy in this case, which is equivalent also to solvency ratio. After analyzing all these things, then definitely we come with what we call advisory, and we tell you, if you go this way, then your claims will be honored. But the insurance companies are licensed by IRA, so it is the responsibility of IRA to ensure that all of them actually operate within the law.
And who licenses you?
Same body. IRA.
Same body?
Yes.
Question. The information you've given us is interesting and it's innovative. I am going to assume, no, let me ask the questions of assuming. How did you get the data that informed you to pronounce the things you pronounce and to take the view that you have?
At Liaison Group, we have what you call the Research and Development Unit. So, and in the market, these are quite a number of bodies that have done research. And from there now, we are able actually to have what you call informed. Remember, Liaison is a body that interacts with the clients on a regular basis. So we get what you call the first hand in terms of their feedback. So this feedback actually we collect, and then from there now, it makes us to have what you call an informed decision.
Okay. Now, my second question. From the research that you have done, what has that research informed you as to what people actually tell you, or the reasons they gave you for not uptaking insurance products, or simply moving ahead with insurance, yet insurance is so clearly a beneficial thing?
There is an element of affordability, and then there's an element of trust, which I've discussed. I don't have to go back there. But in terms of the affordability, most of these clients, they say that, okay, they are willing to take this insurance, but they are not able to afford. And at Liaison Group now, the product that we have is that we are able to give you a quite range of insurance products that can fit your budget at that time. But as a country, you have duly asked a very good question. If you go to South Africa, the penetration is a bit high. And if you analyze in terms of the per capita, it's a bit also high. If you come to the second country, which is a data that it was from African Insurance Organization, it shows that Namibia, in terms of the penetration, is number 2. Why? It goes back to what I said earlier, purchasing power parity. So some of these clients are willing to take it, but they cannot afford. So we are competing with a lot of needs, but you are telling them, for the comfort, because why should you have 2 problems? Sometimes you don't have the money, but misfortunes comes in, then also you can afford to take care of your life. And also in terms of the traditional, let me give you another dimension. When I graduated, I developed a product for my home area, because I realized that we are having a lot of fundraisings in terms of the funerals. So it was a very good product for the last expense, so it can be distributed from a circle or something like that. But in between, the Wase told me, young man, why are you planning for us to die? So they say that if someone dies, then the community will come in and contribute. So we are talking about the issue of the trust you have mentioned, we are talking about the traditional, and we are talking about affordability. But in the next few years, hopefully, the economy will improve so that people actually may be able to buy insurance.
But you've touched on something that actually is a commonality in most of our communities. People do have groupings, whether it is church groupings, whether it is SACCO, but they do have them. And people do have a method of contributing, even if it's for funerals and what have you. Now, where the behavior change intervention comes in is how they understand these groupings could be the catalyst to provide that very insurance you're talking about. Because there's something called group insurance. So it stops being an individual seeking this because, as you said, the individual may not be able to afford. But as a group, they'll be able to afford. And it's something that can be worked out. What am I asking? When we think of innovation, if we're talking about our penetration, that is 2-point-something%, let's say 3. And you're talking about, today I'm getting it right, 97%, okay, is out there, surely. That is a lot of business that is waiting for someone to capture.
Yeah, and it comes now to what the market have been discussing for a very long time in terms of the pricing. Insurance operates from principle of law of large numbers. So the more we get, of course, to the basket, the price will come down. And it goes back to the issue of the knowledge, which we have mentioned. And I agree with you 100% that the group insurance will be able to sort that. And as we speak now, because we are talking about 2008, what I was mentioning about, currently, there are quite a number of people actually who have taken the group insurance. And at Liaison, we say that, okay, the issue of pricing can be solved by digital transformation. What I'm talking about, I'm talking about the AI, artificial intelligence. Today I was driving to this place, and the vehicle actually can, if you drive, the vehicle actually can give you a notice and say that there is a brake. You have seen that, or my vehicle actually has most of the vehicles now. It can actually show you the distance between the next vehicle and yourself. And secondly, if you drive a very long distance, they will say, okay, do you want to take a break?
Take a break now.
Yes. So what you are talking about in the insurance, and I hope that everyone is listening in the insurance industry.
This vehicle of yours is serious. Yes, but then go on.
Yes. Is how best can we price our product using behavioral? Yes. You're talking about someone who is a teetotaler, or someone who is from 6 to 5, and then he goes home. So why should this person pay the same premium?
Premium as a Mlevi.
I agree. Why? Yes. And we are talking about good health. We are talking about someone actually takes care of his health very well. We are talking about someone,
a responsible driver.
Yes. And another example, and that is why Liaison we do advisory. So there is a company that we onboarded, and the rating was a bit high. So with the support of the CEO then, I had a discussion with him, and I told him, you are paying a lot of premium. Then he said that, how? I say, okay, we can cut now this, we can reduce the premium to this amount of money by almost 60%.
Wow.
And in the industry, they say that, okay, Brian, your rate is so low.
Wow.
The claim ratio at that time when I was tracking that company was almost 100 and something plus. And everyone in the market did not want to touch. But I had a candid discussion with the management. And I told them the problem is not the pricing. The problem is your people.
Your drivers.
Your drivers in terms of the fraud and in terms of the behavioral. So what we did is that with the support of the CEO, he gave instructions to the internal security guys, because actually it is a company which I don't want to mention here. But what they did is that the first person was caught driving while drunk. So what he did, he fired and said that first you have to repair the vehicle, and then he was fired. So from there now he reduced his claims because no one could drive a vehicle, and they were very careful. So in the market we say that, of course, Kenyans have peculiar habit, but we say let's have a digital way of monitoring now this behavior. If you go to internet, because the ladies actually are more in terms of their buying things from online, they're able to direct you to a place that you frequent. So the
algorithm,
correct algorithm.
Yes.
You see, if you frequent this website, if you do all these things, they will analyze your pattern, and they will make recommendations and say that this is the place. So at Liaison Group, actually, we are still in the incubation stage to see how best now we can upgrade our digital transformation journey to take care of that.
Brilliant. So you can basically just sort of create a profile of somebody. When I come to you, can tell this is Eric, these are the kind of habits and this will be his needs.
Correct.
As well, and his insurance needs.
And secondly, is a low risk.
And I'm completely low risk, and therefore I should get insurance for free. Brian Ropp is the general manager for risk and insurance at Liaison Group. He has told us about how digital transformation is having an impact in the insurance sector, how Liaison Group is trailblazing in this particular one, and they're saying, well, everybody else, if you're not doing it, it's okay, but we shall do it, and we shall make it work. Go online today, online.liaisongroup.net. You will see how easy it is, according to Liaison Group, for you to get onboarded onto insurance. They're calling it the quickie. 3 minutes only. 3 minutes only. It's 9 a.m. news time.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Nairobi Expressway made a 1.2 billion loss in the period between July 2023 to June 30th, 2024, pointing to the struggles of what is hailed as Kenya's first significant and visible private partnership project. Treasury disclosures tabled in Parliament recently revealed that the project earned 4.6 billion shillings at a time when operations cost the Chinese investor 5.8 billion shillings. Other PPP ventures mentioned in the report are the 35 MW Sosian Menengai geothermal power plant, which posted a 2.3 billion shillings profit, and the roads annuity with profits of about 350 million shillings each. The expressway is among China's flagship projects in Kenya, East Africa, under the Belt and Road Initiative, and shortens travel time from JKIA to Nairobi CBD to 20 minutes from 2 hours. China Roads and Bridges Construction will operate and maintain it for 30 years to recoup their investment. Traffic on the highway operated by Muga Expressway, a subsidiary of CRBC, averages 11,000 vehicles daily. As the Environment and Land Court Conference on Climate Change enters its third day at Moi University in Eldoret, stakeholders have noted that the court has a vital role to play in resolving issues that have plagued indigenous communities for a long time. Environment and Land Court Judge Jane Onyango has said that the law allows them to present their challenges and seek justice.
Sheria zitawafaidi kwa vile wao pia wataweza kuja kotini na kuomba kwamba labda kwa ajili ya mambo ambayo yanatendeka kwa hewa ama kwa ardhi wameathiriwa namna gani, na tunaweza kuhakikisha kwamba wamepata haki zao. Wengine wanadai kwamba maisha yao yote wamekuwa wakiishi msituni na labda kuna vile wamekuwa wakimia misitu bila kuiharibu. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu letu tuangalie ni vipi tunaweza kubalance interest za hao watu ambao wanategemea sana misitu ili waweze kuishi pale bila kuharibu hizo misitu.
Likewise, Justice Onyango has said that the Environment and Land Court has a role to play in highlighting and assessing cases that raise the issue of environmental conservation and the rights of indigenous communities who have been living in the forests, and ensuring that justice is done and the environment is properly protected.
Ni jukumu letu kama koti ambayo inasimamia mambo ya mazingira na ardhi kufafanua hizi sheria. Ikiwa watu wanakuja kotini labda wanadai kwamba wameadhirika, wanataka serikali rights zao, ni jukumu letu kama koti kuangalia hizo sheria, kuangalia katiba na kuona ni nani labda amekosa kuadhibika kwa hizi sheria, ili tuone kama watu wanaweza kupata tuseme haki zao, fidia ama vitu kama hizo.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has confirmed the arrest of Chief of Staff at the Kenya Insurance Corporation, Henry Mwasaru, for allegedly misappropriating 40.5 million shillings in insurance services for employees. Mwasaru was arrested on Tuesday this week in a raid targeting 2 insurance brokers who are believed to be involved in the scandal. The KMA boss was arrested in Naivasha while attending a meeting and taken to the EACC headquarters in Nairobi. EACC Head of Communications Eric Ngumbi says Mwasaru is accused of collaborating with the head of procurement, Beverlyn Lundu, in the scandal. Now, good news to farmers and no so good news to those planning outdoor activities such as graduation parties this week, as heavy rainfall will continue into the weekend. The weatherman said the rains will be especially heavy in the entire western Kenya, including Turkana and Samburu counties until Saturday. Central Kenya, including Nairobi, will also be wet and gloomy throughout this week. The rains will be heaviest in Siaya, Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Kisii, Nyamira, Trans Nzoia, Baringo, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Nakuru, Narok, Kericho, Bomet, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Busia, and West Pokot counties. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubag.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so what are we looking at? Likoni Road, specifically this morning as you're crossing over from Enterprise and then trying to join that Likoni interchange that takes you to the southern bypass. There's some traffic here, so it's going to be busy. Lunga also just as busy. But then look at Landis Road. It's coming in from Jogo Road, heading out towards Haile Selassie. Very, very busy this morning. The Thika Superhighway reduced significantly. Traffic now at Survey as you head out to the junction between Wangari Maathai and Muranga Road. Now, Wangari Maathai, as you go through towards National Museums and then out towards Uhuru Highway, that's busy. And James Gishuru, okay, not so bad. I think we're doing all right coming off Wayaki Way. There's a little bit of it left just coming off of Limuru Road. It'll take us into the CBD. We are knocking on the end of traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we do. On the Eastern Bypass, there's been some traffic this morning, but all manageable, at least for now. We're going to still keep an eye on things and see how this all changes in about half hour or so. In the meantime, do talk to us. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 9, we are on to the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, on this 28th day of November 2024. Ndu, you know, it's important that you remind us why foreplay is a good thing on Showmax.
Oh, right. Okay. You threw me for a loop there, my friend. You'd have to at least warn me before you do these things, so that I know where I'm going.
Warm her up.
You don't just at least buy me a drink first. Yeah, at least buy me a drink first. My goodness. So, what Eric is actually talking about, Showmax.com. That's the website. Number 2, there's great local content available on Showmax, right? Foreplay, F-O-U-R, is the spelling that you're looking for, is a local production where 4 young gentlemen and their lives are captured in this great series that has already dropped some episodes, and we want you to go and watch those ones because you can go back and then you can watch the ones that will drop in the future. Also, there's another local production. It's called Black and Blue. Now, not about somebody hitting you in the face till you turn black and blue, no. Talking about the lives of police officers. It's intrigues, and not really just the lives, but, the stuff that they go through every day, and the real comedy. It's hilarious, actually, that you can actually watch and see. This and many more available on Showmax. It's your entertainment partner, really. And think about the festivities, and you know how it's Tuesday, and then you don't even know if tomorrow is Thursday. Is it Sunday? Well, this can be your companion to get you moving through it for as little as 300 shillings a month. This festive season, what I want you to do is Shika Showmax.
Very good. Very good. So, tomorrow is Black Friday.
It is Friday.
There are some people who call it Black Friday month.
Yes.
Black Friday day.
Yes.
Black Friday week.
Yes. But it's significant. I mean, to understand it, maybe I need to ask a certain rhetorical questions. Do you enjoy buying gifts for your loved ones? Do you enjoy buying gifts for yourself? Do you even like or enjoy buying clothing? Well, Woolworths is saying this. If you come to any of our establishments and you buy 3 items, one of those 3 items will be given to you free. So essentially,
buy 3, pay for 2.
Yes, exactly. That's what it is.
All right.
You buy 3, you pay for 2.
Buy 3, get 1 free.
Yes. Now, it may sound ludicrous, but the only way you can prove this particular pudding is a pudding is if you actually visit any of the Woolworth outlets, and you will experience the very thing that I'm telling you now for yourself. Yes.
Choose 3, 1 free.
Yes.
Beautiful. So that's Black Friday. It's preceded by the Thursday. Okay. So
yes. And that's why the word month comes in.
That's why the month comes in.
Because it isn't just this particular month. It goes up to the 2nd of December. Yes.
Very good. Okay. Our next conversation is going to be about particularly our health sector in this country that has benefited a lot from external support. And there are many times where we've said our health sector is actually externally funded. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Where so much, more than 50% of the funds that are used in health are not actually from the exchequer, from our taxpayers, from our taxes, but from support from elsewhere. But one of those institutions and organizations and countries that have really supported our health sector is the U.S. government through what is called the President's Emergency Plan for Aid and Relief, PEPFAR, for many years. And City, you've told us about this because you've interacted with PEPFAR directly.
For many years
years as well.
Yes.
The country coordinator for PEPFAR currently is Brian Redman. He is our guest for the next hour. Brian, good morning.
Great, thank you, and happy Thanksgiving.
What's that? Because you've come here with a big animal. What's this?
Yes, so this is a turkey, our traditional dinner that we do on Thanksgiving, and hopefully we'll be able to sample some as we go along the way here. But we have all the fixings as well that the U.S. government has provided for us to be able to partake this morning and really kind of share the traditions that we have for Thanksgiving.
Boy, this thing is huge. It's
big
huge.
Bird. It's a big bird.
It's a big bird.
From a big country.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Why turkey?
Turkey in the fall in the U.S., it's a bird that is really readily available, and it's a big bird, and so it can fill up a whole family. So when we have our family get-togethers, it's usually between 10 and 20 people, and this bird will feed all of them, and usually we'll have extra for days to come.
Okay. And why Thanksgiving? What's Thanksgiving?
So Thanksgiving is again a traditional holiday that really is about harvest and the myth started about the original colonists coming in and having a difficult time, and the American Indians helping them out and bringing a turkey to their table. Again, that's the myth. We don't know if that actually occurred, but I think it's a good myth. We've went to that, and so we still eat turkey, but there's pumpkin pie, and there's cranberries as well. A lot of really good food, and we have some of that for you here as well.
So there's pumpkins.
Pie, bro, not pumpkin. Pumpkin.
Tunakula malenge, matamzinga.
Yes.
Hizo vitu leo.
Yeah, the potato mash pia.
Mashed potato, yeah. Hey, okay. City is going to give you the day's proverb. Every week he goes to an African country, he mines proverbs from that country, and then he brings us a proverb a day. And your job is to listen to the proverb, think, and then tell us what you think the proverb means to you. This week, where are we?
We are in the kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland.
Yes, Swaziland.
Yeah, it was known as Swaziland, but they changed that
to Eswatini.
Yeah, they got 2018, 19th of April 2018.
Did they give a reason?
The reason was they wanted something that resonated with their leaders. They had a king. Kingdoms tend to have kings, okay? Empires tend to have emperors. And democratic institutions and countries tend to have presidents, okay? There was a king in the 19th century called Mswati II. It is him who helped them perhaps consider the mentioning of naming the country Eswatini. Now, the current president is also... it's a problem of democracy. I should just become kingdomized completely.
Totally.
Yes. The current king of this particular kingdom is actually Mswati III. Okay? But they have a long tradition of kings. Long. Well, that region of this particular continent does have it. Right. The proverb. A person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the person doing it.
Person who says it cannot be done should not interrupt the one doing it.
Yes.
Brian, what's your interpretation?
I think that's an excellent proverb, and quite often, I think as we're going through life and doing the things we do, we have detractors. And we can either take them as naysayers or we can take them as contributors. And I always try to make sure that I consider people as contributors. So as we move along in life, if we just say no, that's never going to work, people are going to stop listening to you. So I do think it's one that it's a really good saying, because as you are progressing, I think you need to understand there's a variety of people out there, and some are going to be for you, some are going to be against you or the things that you're doing. And to me, it's good to listen to everybody, to hear what their different views are, so that you can actually really get a helpful process to that is inclusive of all. But for those ones who really are naysayers and are just naysaying to naysay, you have to recognize who they are and try to work through them.
And say no to them.
Yeah.
In fact, even as I was reading this proverb, it occurred to me that the very topic of discussion revolving around PEPFAR actually gets to the heart of this matter. And this proverb actually represents it very well, because if you look at the PEPFAR program and what it has done, it's something that had someone told you it could do, you would have said, actually, this thing can't actually be done.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
No. And yet it did, and has, and continues to. Yes.
So, Brian, what's PEPFAR for those who've been living under a rock?
So, and I know you guys are knowledgeable about it. So, but there's several folks that are out there who may like, what is it? And you gave the acronym, but it's President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. We've been working throughout Africa and really around the world for the last 20 years to address HIV. I've been doing it for longer than that. I started my work in Botswana back in 2000, And the response really has changed, and the epidemic has changed so much because we've had really great success in getting people on treatment and really getting prevention services out there, so that now new younger folks don't even know what HIV used to be in the 90s and 2000s in Africa. So I think it's one that we have programs out there to try to make sure that the 1.37 million people in Kenya who are living with HIV have the services that they need, and that's treatment programs as well as other services. Now what we're looking at is, as mentioned, we've been around for a while, and we're now starting to take a look at how can we work much more sustainably, and instead of having something that's kind of a parallel or not parallel, a system that works outside of the Ministry of Health's public health system. We want to work much more integratedly and trying to ensure that those patients that we have still have the services that they need, but doing it in a much more financially sustainable way.
So 20 years ago, what happened? Well, what led to the decision to found PEPFAR?
It was, and the good news is we have just had great bipartisan support from Congress and from all of the presidents that in the last 20 years. And this was started by President George W. Bush. And in 2003, he made an announcement that he was going to put forward $15 billion for AIDS in Africa. And he saw at the time that there was just a huge tragedy and despair that was happening, particularly in southern and eastern Africa. And there were, at the time, I think in Kenya, there were a couple thousand people on treatment. And the treatment was so expensive that no one could afford it. So as we move forward and as we progressed, we now have 1.35 of the 1.37 million people on treatment. And to me, that's an astounding and one of those impossibilities that was actually made possible, and really by trial and error, trying to get things as improved as best as we can. And now it's a matter of how do we ensure that those individuals have the services that they need, and that we have the prevention services as well, to that as the new infections have gone down, that we can try to decrease them more and more as we move forward.
So have we seen that there has, looking at, I think it's unbelievable the help that has come to folks because of this funding, and that people then have obviously become dependent on it, because now we see things like, HIV/AIDS medication is not charged to folks who need it. But then do we see that reduction of this funding over years? Do we see that? And then if that's the case, what's the reasoning behind the reduction of the funding?
We have reduced, and about 5 years ago we had about $550 million per year, and now we're at about $320 million. So we have reduced over time, but in that same time we've actually increased the number of people on treatment. So a lot of that was finding efficiencies in the system, and we have more efficiencies to gain as we look at how to better integrate into the government's and really the Kenyan people's healthcare system. We have also done that, and I think we are on that trajectory to continue to go down in funding, and so that's led to a lot of discussions with the government and with with PLHIV around what does sustainability look like, and how do we ensure that those services are still available, partially through government systems, partially through private sector, and partially through some continuing efforts by PEPFAR and Global Fund. We're in those discussions, and we have World AIDS Day coming up in just a few days on Sunday, and I would like to invite everyone to come out and do the marathon or half marathon at the stadium. But it's one that at that we're going to have an announcement from the government on sustainability operational plan that they've been pulling together that really talks about how that integration will happen. And Yeah, we want to continue to be helpful, and but the reality is, funds have been going down, and we want to make sure, above all, that patients have the services that they need, and we want to do that in a way that's respectful as well as really efficient.
2003, 2023, 20 years down the line, the process of ensuring that the government started off as the national government, and then the county system came into Kenya, getting the county governments to actually own the process and to be able to cater for the needs of those who had tested and who were under treatment. How has that process fared, and what are the things that were done, and what are the lessons learned in those processes?
It's meant that instead of having one relationship with U.S. government and Ministry of Health, we've had relationships with each of the counties, and so we've worked with our implementing partners, and as we move forward, I think there's going to be a lot more of those relationships county by county. And the challenging thing is each county has a very different epidemic. You have Homa Bay, which has the highest prevalence rate in the country at around 16%, and then you have some of the ASIL counties, which are less than 1% or less than 0.1% of prevalence. And so each one of those have very different responses that need to work. And so we're trying to now have those discussions really county by county to determine what is the best possible method or mode of intervention for them. And so those models of care we're going to build up over time. And as we look at these transitions, it's not something we're going to turn a light bulb. It's something that we have to work with over a couple of years to make sure that those are working well. And again, so that the patient's care doesn't. It may change, but it may not. We want the quality of care to increase and not decrease during that process.
A lot of work has been done in capacity building over the years. Now, I'm speaking as somebody who worked in that particular field for close to 2 decades. And the thing that I have always found daunting is, now I am actually probably going to be a little off script here, the resistance to accepting that the responsibility of caring for those under treatment should be that of the government, national and county. It has, that in my opinion, that reluctance has actually hampered the process that PEPFAR was seeking to achieve. Why do I say this? 20 years of funding. You're talking about some many billions of Kenya shillings. That is enough time for capacity to have been built and people to have understood what needs doing, so that all that was required was, as I said, just a little nudge from there to there. But yet, there is the issue of dependency that still takes center stage when it comes to matters of HIV.
Yep. And across health and across all the development sector, really. And so I think that as we're looking at this, it's one that we really need to define the way that the Kenyan people want that response to look like. And as we do that, as we work with governments, especially county governments more, we're more closely defining the number of people that we're employing, the doctors, nurses, community healthcare workers, so that they understand what that looks like, and so that they can now budget in 4 or 5 years to come on how they can take that on. There's a challenge right now. There's a cash crunch in country. And so I don't think we can just, again, turn a light switch and say, okay, it's yours to take care of. But it is one that we want to make sure that as we are transitioning or transforming the way that we do work, that those county governments really understand how we're doing it, how much that it is, and that we can work with them to better budget in the future so that it's there. We can then also work with the national national government and with Treasury to ensure that when the county's asking for funds as part of their budgeting process, that they actually deliver. Because I think some of the challenge we faced is we went from the 550 million to 320. We've asked the government to take some things on, particularly with commodities, and there's quite often been unfulfilled commitments there, and we want to make sure that as we are working smartly to have that transformation take place, that we're not, I'll say, in the words of our unfortunate turkey here, stretching our necks out too far. Because I also, there's an American proverb that I can bring in that's "Don't count your chickens before they hatch," and we want to make sure that we're really doing that soundly and not just, again, saying, okay, here you go, it's all yours. But the first step of that really is the question that we've been asking over this last year of what does Kenya and what does the Kenyan people and the PLHIV who are living in Kenya want the program to look like in 5 years? And then we can start changing our programming so that we can get there.
We'll take a break, and then when we come back, my first question will be just for you to tell us. So in those 20 years, how much money has PEPFAR actually channeled towards our health sector in Kenya?
Okay.
And where did the money go? Okay. Not specific. Where can we see the money? It's 28 minutes after 9. Time for that break. Brian Redman is the country coordinator for PEPFAR, which is the U.S. President's emergency plan for aid and relief. They've been supporting the country, particularly in the area of HIV and AIDS, for the last 20 years. What is it? As he has come here with a turkey that he will be serving at some point. We'll eat on your behalf if you're just listening and watching. Don't worry, we'll tell you how it tastes like. And Ndu.
Yes.
Yeah?
You called my name?
Yes. Very good. You'll do the tasting for the turkey.
You don't even worry about it.
Very good. Very good. Sour. Back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Want to build wealth that lasts? Join me, Ndu, alongside CT and Eric on the Situation Room every weekday for more information, and every Wednesday as we chat with experts from Standard Chartered Priority Banking, where you'll get a guide on how to grow your wealth today, tomorrow, and forever with investment options in Kenya shillings, US dollars, British pounds, and euro. Don't miss out. Get expert insight and take that first step by emailing prioritybanking.ke@sc.com. Achieve your goals with Standard Chartered's expertise.
Woolworths Black Friday is now on. Get 3 for 2 on women, men, or kids' fashion, footwear, or accessories until Monday, 2nd December. That's right. Buy 3 and get the lowest price item free. This year, you can also get 3 for 2 on homeware items. More deals available in store. Hurry, or you miss out on our biggest fashion and homeware deals of the year. T's and C's apply. Woolworths, the difference.
New Life Prayer Center and Church chini ya Pastor Evangelist Ezekiel inakutangazia ibada kubwa ya meza ya Bwana.
Tunapokutana kwa mwili wa Yesu na damu ya Yesu, tunapeana chakula kwa yule mtu wa ndani.
Baraka za kufunga mwaka 2024, kupokea nyota, uponyaji, unabii pamoja na kufunguliwa kabisa. Ibada hii itafanyika tarehe 4 hadi tarehe 15 mwezi wa 12 2024. Mahali ni Mavueni, Mombasa nchini Kenya. Watu wa dini zote, watu wa mataifa yote mnakaribishwa.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Weather conditions in Nairobi will see highs of 25 and lows of 15 and highs of 24 and lows of 14 in Nakuru. 24 will be the high with lows of 14 in Nyeri, while looking into Eldoret at 19, sunny going to highs of 23. Mombasa is sunny at 31 with highs of 33, and Malindi at 31, sunny as well, going to highs of 32. We're looking into a sunny Kisumu at 23 with highs of 27, while at 21 in Kakamega we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 15. Kampala is cloudy at 20 with highs of 24, and we're looking into a sunny Dar es Salaam at 30 going to highs of 32. Looking into a cloudy Kampala at 20, we'll see highs of 24. Johannesburg at 17 is sunny with highs of 24, while Mogadishu at 30 is sunny with highs of 32. Addis at 17 is sunny, highs of 23, while Lagos at 25 is sunny with highs of 33. Looking into a rainy Kinshasa at 23, going to highs of 30. And into Beijing at 6, sunny with highs of 7 and lows of 2, while Paris is cloudy at 5, we'll see highs of 9. And London at 1 is cloudy. Light rain in New York at 8 degrees, coming into Thursday, highs of 12 and lows of 3.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
10, our conversation continues with Brian Redman, Country Coordinator for PEPFAR, supporting Kenya's healthcare for the last 20 years. So, Brian, how much in those 20 years?
So in the last 20 years, the PEPFAR has been allocated about $8 billion US dollars, which I don't have my math in the head, but you do 125 times that, and it's a healthy amount.
Yep.
So
money.
The second part of your question is what have we spent that on? And when we look at our annual spends, about a quarter of the money, a quarter to half, is spent on healthcare workers, on their salaries and ensuring that they're in place. Another healthy part of that, between a quarter and a third, is commodities. So ensuring that we have ARVs and test kits and lab supplies in country. There's additional other services that we provide that are health services in terms of building the strategic information systems and the electronic medical record systems in facilities, in terms of building labs and ensuring that those are there, and other systems work. The good news about that systems work is when we are encountering other diseases such as Mpox, such as COVID, such as Marburg that they're having in Rwanda, that systems work actually is there and can be used across the different disease platforms. And so it's been helpful not just for HIV, but building a surveillance system that really works and really builds a global health security platform has, I think, been another feather in our cap to really say, when COVID hit here and really across Africa, it was much less than what occurred in even some of the Western countries, even in the U.S. And part of that was because we had such good surveillance systems built up because of the work that we're doing in HIV.
So if you talk about it, so a lot of it has gone into recurrent, paying salaries, buying consumables, and then there's a bit of it that's gone into development of infrastructure, like the health. How much would you say has gone into the development side?
In the development side, generally around 20 to 30%, I'd say. That's just a figure off the top of my head, but I think that's probably a good estimate. Because when we're looking at the lab systems and the SI systems, we just in the last few years, we went from paper-based systems to electronic medical records, and that was it was a huge endeavor, and we were just doing that within what the government was calling the HIV corner of the facility. But what we learned from that is that those electronic medical records are really useful to be able to not just have within the HIV world, but for patients to be able to go across to the other parts of the facilities. And so as the government has been rolling out their UHC platform, they've asked us to extend that EMR to the full facility where we're working. And we've done so in about 100 facilities, but the plan is to have that rolled out to about 2,400 facilities. The government has actually put in and working with some other partners to get the actual computers and tablets in place while we've been working with training people on the software. But that now is then able to be used for really just a wealth of information because you can really do true surveillance when you've got that information. Now, I want to make sure that it's clear that when that information is pulled out from the facility, that is de-identified, so that you can't say, Eric, this was your medical record.
It's completely anonymized.
But it's anonymized so that, but we do have a unique identifier so that we can tell when a patient is going from this facility to that facility.
How much of that development has actually gone local? In terms of, even as we're developing the information system, is it locals that are getting to do it? When you're talking about supplying of test kits, have we built the local capacity, for example, for us to be able to build those test kits, for us to be able to even have pharmaceuticals that can manufacture the ARVs locally?
Yep, we actually have, and the good news is we've actually worked with a couple different companies, manufacturing companies in country. The one that when we did the state visit in May, Revital from Khalifi, they are now producing their own HIV test kit that is a rapid test kit that can be used. They're trying to get the WHO pre-qualification so that countries can buy it, but it's one that's a good quality test that's being made here in Kenya, and it's the first, I think, African manufactured and produced test kit. So I think it's and USAID, one of our agencies under PEPFAR, did help them out to try to make sure that they had that manufacturing base to be able to work. We'd also work with some of the other local firms like Universal who produce pharmaceuticals, and I know that they do produce some ARVs as well that are already on the market and that are procured through our processes. So yes. Can we do more? Yes. And I think we've just really started the discussion around regional and local manufacturing and how we can make sure to remove some of the hurdles. Because like I said, for Revital, they have that test kit, but when the country, when each country really does its when it sets what its algorithm is for the test kits, it's usually done every 5 years or so. And so you can have the test kit on the market, but if nobody's changed their algorithm, you've got no buyers for it. So it's really trying to figure out how to change some of those processes to make sure that if there is a local product, that we can try to prioritize it as best as possible.
I mean, it's just, even when you look at the support that comes to for HIV and AIDS, and just looking at what has been done over the years, the element of then dependency of one nation to another comes into play. I mean, heavily, that conversation, however you want to look at it, is front and center. And I remember a couple of years ago when there was the issue of, help with the whole blood banks and where the conversation went when Kenya was being asked to look, in another 5 years, we're going to reduce the funding. In another 4 years, it's going to be reduced. So start thinking about ways in which you can become independent of this kind of funding. Is that the eventual goal? There's an element of dependence that plays. I mean, I don't think it's even an element. I think it's full throttle dependence.
Very much so, yeah.
That now, today, if that funding were to go away, the thousands of patients who need it then for their medication essentially would have nothing. But then there's also the call that comes on nations and governments to be able to do something for their people. Where does all of that play?
It really truly comes to play substantially. So as we are having those discussions that I mentioned around sustainability, we need to ensure that we're learning from some of our past, I'll say, missteps. And the transition of the blood transfusion program is one that I think we have some lessons to learn from. But the reality is there is a mindset, I'll call it mindset within Treasury and within Parliament. When we've come to talk about transitioning and trying to bring on more, Ministry of Health may be on board, but if the money isn't there, then it doesn't happen. And so, and we have to make sure, and some of the mindset that we've faced is, that's donor funded, so we don't have to take care of it. And the reality is, it's donor funded now. It may not be donor funded in 5 years or 10 years. And so what we need to do right now is try to transform ourselves to put ourselves in a place where it can be funded locally. either through government or private sector or insurance, but it's one that we need to make sure that we're setting the stage now to be able to have that happen, because I can't prognosticate where we're going to be funding wise in 5 years, but I can say that it's likely to continue to go down for PEPFAR annual funding, probably, and I don't know what trajectory that looks like, but it is one that we need to plan for it to go down so that we can change that mindset. And some of that's going to be just going on road shows and us talking to parliamentarians and the Treasury. Part of it is really kind of understanding better that, especially as Kenya has moved forward in its development and as it goes to lower middle income status, that the expectation is that it can pay for more things itself. It's a unfortunate, harsh reality of progressing into the future. But it's one that we want to work with you on, because again, we don't want to just turn lights off and say you're all yours, because there's 1.37 million people that are relying on us, and we want to do that in a way that's really responsible.
Taking all things into consideration, what does a healthy, sustained transition look like? Where you say you understand, even if it's economic issues that a nation might be having, vis-a-vis, decision making, and then saying here is an element of support which is coming from a federal government. How do you have a transitional operation with all of those elements taken into consideration?
It's a complex, overall process, and the first step is what I was talking about earlier, and changing the way we do things. And part of that is really making sure that the services, as we've set up in those 2,400 clinics that I talked about, there are patients who have been on treatment for multiple years. Their viral load has gone down to 0, and they actually don't need to see their doctors more than twice a year. In those instances where somebody's really stable like that, we can start taking them away from the large volume facilities and have them seen by a doctor that's at a lower level facility, because it's a lower level of care that's really needed. Now, if they rebound or come back in with a higher viral load, we can push them back up again. But it's one that those services then can be closer to where the patient lives, so they have less of a challenge. They can go to the doctor fewer times. We can also try to make sure that we're setting up pharmacies that they can pick up their drugs more regularly close to them if they want to. There's still some stigma out there and so people may not want to pick up things that are close to their house or close to their business. But so we want to give them the options that are available. Now, as we move that forward and have that transition, that will hopefully make things a little bit more cheaper. I shouldn't say cheaper. Make it less expensive,
more affordable.
Because I don't want to have the mindset that it's lesser. But yeah, more affordable is a better way to say it. And then we can continue to discuss that with county governments, but they can't just manufacture money. They will have to have that coming from the Treasury or from the Shah. And one big element as the Shah was being developed was whether or not HIV was going to be included. And they've included a few elements, particularly for pediatrics, but not for a broader set. They have said that in the future that they will. But promises. So I want to make sure we hold them to that. But I do think between private sector, one that we haven't really done here. We did a study a few years ago that said that about a quarter of those PLHIV who are on treatment are willing to pay for the services at least a little bit themselves. And so I think as we look at different elements, we can work with private sector facilities to provide some of those services themselves at a nominal cost, and we might subsidize it a little bit on the way to try to make sure that there's another option for individuals to go to. So it's building those options, building up the capacity of people to have funding come in. But in the end, we will need the government to increase their expenditures year to year.
In the end, have we seen that happening?
We have seen commitments.
Have you actually seen the budgetary allocations to health increasing in the last 20 years? Not just in tandem with the revenue growth, but in tandem with actually what's needed to be done.
I think I could be wrong on this because I remember seeing figures, but overall it has per capita and the spending for health has gone down marginally. So they're trying to keep on pace. One of the challenges is the debt situation here, where the amount of debt that is paid off of as part of the budget has increased substantially over the last 2 years, and has made it just that much more difficult for the government to find that money. I think the money's still there, and I think it particularly, as I was talking about the EMR, that when that is linked to, again, across the full facility, if that is linked to social health insurance, it draws down the possibility for corruption to come into the system, because there's a much better electronic records to be able to say, okay, this person actually had those services. So I'm hopeful that some resources can be found through that. But people are creative, so we have to make sure that those fiduciary agents are in place to be able to figure out where that is occurring and where there's new, I'll say, entrepreneurial folks coming into play.
Over the years, Brian, you've worked across the continent in the development space, right? And you've seen development support going to governments for critical sectors of their economies, like now in this case, health. Crucial, critical. Do you see governments developing a sense of dependency and just getting used to this money that's coming in, so they don't think about where else they can get the money, so they just expect that they'll be supported?
We definitely have seen it, over the last 20 years, and that I've been working in across Africa. Actually, 25 years. Sorry, I've lost track of time. But yeah, you see it, and it is a challenge that you face. That as you try to deliver systems that work. There is a mindset that money is always going to be there, and that financing is always going to be there. And we really do need to come to the understanding that as you progress in your development, that it's time to take some on. But part of that is also, there was a bit of mysticism around what PEPFAR was doing, and in terms of the number of doctors that we had out there, the number of nurses, et cetera. And really, part of that was our work through implementing partners rather than through the government. Some of that will shift as well as we move forward with those counties, so that there will be more funds going to them. But as I mentioned, as we do that, we need to make sure that the financial oversight is in place to ensure that those shillings are spent in the most efficient way.
There's one school of thought, one argument that says those in government have become lazy because there's free money coming in and it's just going to support and doing the work that government should be doing. So they turn a blind eye to that and they're like, okay, that's being sorted. Let's focus on something else. One side. The other side is that the development agencies such as yourselves are actually using that tool as a power tool, that you want to make sure that you are coming in and supporting through your agencies and others, and also frustrating any effort by the local governments whenever they start coming up with anything that looks like, they want to gain control and start getting independent. That it's a power tool as well.
Sure.
That you can argue that it's not the Kenyan government that refused to think beyond those 20 years. It's the Americans that did not want us to move. How do you respond?
What I'll say is, when we talked about PEPFAR, the second word in PEPFAR was emergency. And so as we first rolled out, we were trying to deal with emergency, and in most countries where we worked, the healthcare system was either non-existent or not capable of doing what we wanted to do. And so we set up a parallel system that was kind of our own, and that kind of led to that mentality of, okay, that's them over there. As we move forward in time, we tried to be more integrated. And so like 2011, 2012, we tried to integrate more with the national healthcare systems. And that led to better interactions, but there's still that mindset that PEPFAR is going to continue. And PEPFAR should continue. Yeah, don't get me wrong. But I do think it's one that as we move forward, and we've reached the 20-year marker, we're now looking at, okay, what does the 25-year marker and the 30-year marker look like for each of our interactions in countries? And there's some countries that are not really going to be able to take on the efforts that we do. But we are changing from that emergency mindset that we started from to one that's more chronic care, that can be much more integrated and doesn't require that kind of high level of an intensity in delivery. So it's one that, as we change that mindset, we're hoping to kind of move away from it. But
Whose
I will
mindset
say,
are you changing, Brian?
Our
Is
own,
it the mindset of
our own, and people living with HIV
partners.
and other development partners and the government. So it's really all of ours that we have to change.
Do you think this will happen? A mindset where a development partner comes into place and from the very beginning integrates with the government and its programs and supports the government and its programs, instead of what we see, development partners come into a community and they set up their own parallel thing that they're running because, you have all these reasons. The structures are non-existent, they're not capable of absorbing our money, so we'll set up this thing on the side and we move on, and then after 5 years you leave.
Yes.
And you leave a government that was not involved in this thing, and that thing collapses.
And may not have even wanted what you were providing.
Exactly.
So I think that, as we're doing that with PEPFAR, and PEPFAR is one of the largest donor programs around. And as we do that with PEPFAR, I think the mindset with other donor partners, as we work with development partners in health, is changing as well. And so I'm hopeful to be there. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, though. So, as I mentioned. But I do think it's one that we have to change that, and I think as we are all learning to be better global citizens and citizens of where we live and work, we need to understand that. So I'm hopeful to be able to do that. I think we've got a pathway through this sustainability operational plan that the government is actually putting forward, that we're listening to, that we didn't say this is what needs to be in it. I think we're going to get there. But I do think it's one that is going to involve a lot of discussing with us, with our partners, with the people we serve, and with the government to really understand how to do that in a way that is, again, respectful and really kind of works towards the patient as best we can.
Is this process that you have just explained very, very clearly, is it part of the process of engaging directly, say for instance with the county government, as opposed to engaging with the county government via a partner that I think your government's policies necessitated a partnership that had to involve a U.S. institution. So now, if we're talking about the changes, are we seeing direct involvement with the county government? And if that is so, what's that looking like?
So currently, with PEPFAR, we have various agencies that do work in Kenya. One is USAID, one is United States Agency for International Development, one is the Centers for Disease Control, one is the Department of Defense, and then Peace Corps also has some work as well. And the work particularly and each one of those agencies have had different processes as we've moved forward. So CDC has actually, from the start, worked with more local implementing partners than the other agencies have. USAID, about 5-6 years ago, took on the mantle to have more local partners doing the work, and really transitioned from about 30% local partners to 100% local partners, and not always to the best outcomes. However, we are continuing to work with them, but now the transition that we have to look at is how do we go from those implementing partners to something that's more government to government. CDC has already started that and has been working with 13 or 14 different county governments to build a relationship in a small way. that it started in a small way. And we have to start in a small way to ensure that we build, again, that financial infrastructure, that there's a good, clear understanding that if we succeed in this, it's a great pathway for government to be able to take more of this on in the future. If we don't succeed in this and there's suddenly money going astray that our true test is always if something hits the headlines of the New York Times, and in a bad way, it's usually a bad thing, and that's when we have to start really revising. The good news is, and coming back to Revital, the first time in my career I've worked on something that went into the New York Times that was a good thing. And the story about Revital was there in New York Times after the state visit. So, but I do think that's one that we really do need to try to make sure that we're working towards a financial, stable, and really financially insured process that would go through the government across all of the counties where we work. And we're trying to do that. Kidogo. But
would you say
really
the
stable.
focus of PEPFAR is to forward and promote a curative process that involves just that, or are you also working on the preventative side of care?
So we work on both sides. It's not curative, but it's treatment, because we don't have a cure yet, but we do have a treatment, and that treatment is really, really successful, patient by patient. We've seen that for those patients that are taking the particular TLD, is the tenofovir based drugs, they have about 90 to 95% success in achieving viral suppression. And so we want to make sure that that's there. There have been a handful, like 7 or 8 cases where they've been able to do cures based on some blood transfusions, but there were patients that had another issue, had these transfusions and had multiple transfusions, and then were able to be free of HIV. That's not going to work for every patient, nor is it really financially capable for us to do so, because we're talking about that was hundreds of thousands for each of those patients. What we do want to make sure is that we have, as we progress, and if they do find a cure, if they do find a vaccine, the moniker that we always heard was the vaccine is 10 years away, and we're still hearing that. So I'm not holding out hope until that comes, but I do think it's one that, on the prevention side, we've been working very closely to provide all of the populations who are most really at risk, and that's adolescent girls, young women, men. We need to get men to actually come in and see the doctors, which is a huge challenge. But the key populations, fisher folk, are all ones that are really at heightened risk, and we work with those and people in prison as well, and so we work with those populations. And there's a pre-exposure prophylaxis, PrEP, that currently is in pill form in country, but on the horizon we have the injectable that's coming, Cab-LA. Hopefully within the next year it should be coming into country, and that one is a one injection every 3 months that I think is going to be really helpful. There's another one that's even farther on the horizon, lenacapavir, that is one injection every 6 months. That is really hugely protective. So that's on the kind of medical side of prevention and curative. We also do a lot of programs like our DREAMS program, working with adolescent girls and young women, who where we provide a much more layered approach to try to keep them in school, try to get them jobs so that they don't have to resort to commercial sex or transactional sex, and several other programs within that to really try to make sure that they're there. We've done those in a handful of counties because it's that layered approach. It's been rather expensive per person, but it's been really effective per person. As we move forward, what we need to do is learn what are the most successful elements of that, and I think the key to it really is education. Try to make sure that girls stay in school is a really critical piece, because once they stay in school, they learn about themselves. They learn about the outside world, and they have better employment outcomes as they move forward. So to me, that's a critical element that we need to work on to make it more sustainable, because it's that's one that we can't really afford in the long run. But it's been critically important to try to make sure that we get those new infections cut down substantially.
Brian, we thank you very much for coming, and thank you for bringing the turkey. Now we are going to
Devour
serve the
it,
turkey
yes.
and devour the turkey. And then there's some more for our colleagues as well in the KTN and the Standard Newsroom as well. Brian Redman is the country coordinator for the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for Aid and Relief, PEPFAR. He's been our guest, telling us about the PEPFAR and how it has supported Kenya's healthcare system for the last 20 years. And also he brought us the Thanksgiving turkey. Have a lovely weekend as we devour turkey. Enjoy yourselves. Remember, go to Woolworths, buy 3, pay for 2, get 1 free.
Yes.
All right. 2 minutes after 10.
Can I put one more plug in?
One more.
For World AIDS Day, come on out to the stadium. And if you want to sign up for the marathon, it's WAD24.nsdcc.go.ke. And come on out.
at nsdcc.go.ke. 2 minutes after 10. Have a lovely weekend.
Great.